Hi, good afternoon. My name is Francesca Bregoli. I direct the Center for Jewish Studies here at the CUNY Graduate Center, and I want to welcome you all. It is my great pleasure to introduce Interim Provost Josh Broomberg, who will begin the proceedings with a few comments.
Thanks, Francesca. Thanks not only for the introduction, but also to her and Jack and their colleagues for putting together what I'm sure is just going to be a great event this afternoon, this evening. Thanks also to our distinguished speakers who are joining with us here today, the audience in the room, the spillover room, and those that are watching out in the internet. I mean, this conference is really coming at a very important time in the discussion of anti-Semitism, and also when I was thinking about it, also the time of the year that we are. Those familiar with the Jewish calendar know we're, of course, getting ready for Passover. And, in some ways, the Haggadah tells the story of the Jewish people leaving Egypt, which, my daughter used to say is kind of the OG of anti-Semitism. And so to see about how thinkers are thinking about that moving forward. And what I was thinking about is in our own celebration of that holiday, when we read the poem Ane Mayim and thinking about it, reflecting on what happened during the Shoah, and then what happened in my particular family is that we read a letter when my great grandmother died, and we were clearing out her apartment. We found this letter that was tucked in the back of her bureau. And it was written in Yiddish. Unfortunately, at the time, my mother was working at YIVO, so it was very easy to get it translated. And in that letter, it was a letter from her sister, who was then living in Galicia, old Austria-Hungary now, southern part of Poland. And it said, how come her dear sister isn't sending packages for the holiday because there's no money? This is a letter that was dated in 1939. And my grandmother, when she was alive, whenever we would read this letter, would always say, use an expletive, the Nazis, because she would tell the story that her mom, my great-grandmother, would send her down religiously to the post office to send packages. And of course, they never got there. And so that, I think, from my personal perspective and, understanding how impactful some of these activities, these thoughts that get turned into action. So I think it's very important that we have these type of events to retell the stories, think about them in a scholarly way, and keep the memories alive and understand where that the story might change, but it's important to think about how to confront these issues, think about these issues across many different levels. And I'm really thankful for Francesca, the Center for Jewish Studies, the Political Science PhD program, and all the organizers for bringing us together today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Everett, the provost at the Graduate Center. Welcome, everyone. This conversation started probably about a year ago. I had a conversation with Richard Wolin, who is a distinguished professor of history on our faculty, about this question, really from his book, Heidegger in Ruins, which was just sort of looking at how he looked at that. And we started talking about, this question of critical theory and so forth, the Frankfurt School, all those questions. We needed to have a deeper dive into this. So I'm really glad that Francesca took this ball and ran with it, and Jack, so forth. The people organizing this, Jack Jacobs, Martin Elsky, and Francesca Bregoli, and the two session chairs, Susan Buck-Morss, who's also a distinguished professor of political philosophy here, and then Richard Wolin. They were the brains behind this whole day of events. I also want to thank all of our distinguished guest lecturers who are presenting today. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts and comments. Just a few opening comments about this event. In offering this colloquium today at the Graduate Center, we acknowledge the profound influence that critical theory has held over the past century to shape our contemporary understanding of society, oppression, and the power dynamics that drive both. From the works of Adorno, Horkheimer, and Benjamin to the insights of scholars joining us today, critical theory still provides invaluable tools for interrogating the structures of oppression and injustice. We have the privilege today of hearing from major scholars who have spent much of their careers exploring the historical and ideological roots of critical theory and its complex relationship with and impact on anti-Semitism. The presentations and conversations today may reflect on the impact of capitalism, fascism, and mass culture on the individual, or provide critiques of the concentration of wealth and power, of racial hierarchies, of racialized power structures, systemic racism, and legacies of colonialism and imperialism. As we know, anti-Semitism has deep historical roots dating back centuries. Anti-Semitism often intersects with other forms of prejudice, including racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and homophobia. Our keynote speaker tonight, Professor Martin Jay, I've been a fan of his for many years, but in his 2020 book, Splinters in Your Eye, Essays on the Frankfurt School, that title came from a quote from Adorno's 1951 book, Minima Moralia, Reflections from Damaged Life. The quote was, "The splinter in your eye is the best magnifying glass." I always love that quote, and I'm really glad that he took that as part of his book title. So his utilization of that is really a powerful metaphor for how we build situational logics of modern belief seen through the pain and discomfort of a splintered optical framework. As a professor of music for most of my career, I've always felt the true experience of a work of art, you have to have a posture of discomfort or pain is desired beyond what Kant really said was a disinterested posture. More than that is the idea of a sort of a splintered feeling of pain gives you a window into the hidden essence of a piece of art. So I've often liked this notion that Professor Jay sort of captured in his book. In his book, I will quote, "Fidelity to this metaphor of splintered reality also requires taking into account the inevitability, partially and changing vantage point of the historian in whose eyes the splinters may lodge, eyes that cannot avoid experiencing the discomforts they provoke, even as he or she hopes for the magnifications they may provide. For there can be no dispassionate distance, no serene objectivity granted to the commentator who is drawn to the exigent questions posed by critical theory, questions whose answers still elude us today. What goes under the name critical theory has always been an open-ended, internally contested field of overlapping but never congruent assumptions, methods, and arguments. Even with the wisdom of hindsight, it has not been easy to craft a fully intelligible, neatly packaged history of what came to be called critical theory," unquote. So I hope the president today will put some splinters in all of our eyes and give us some insights in what we call critical theory and how it has urged us to explore the intersecting forms of oppression and the cultural and ideological dimensions of anti-Semitism. So welcome to you all and welcome to our speakers.
Good afternoon again. I want to join Interim President Josh Broomberg and Provost Steve Everett in welcoming you all to what promises to be a really stimulating colloquium on critical theory, Jewishness, and anti-Semitism. We are delighted to have so many people with us in the room and over 150 registrants for the webinar online. Thank you for coming. Today's event marks the last program organized by the Center for Jewish Studies for spring 2024, and we are already at work programming for next year. Hamas's attacks on October 7th and the war in Gaza have made this academic year very complex and difficult for students and faculty throughout CUNY. American Jews are faced with new challenges. Scholars of Jewish studies are confronting a changing field and must rise to the occasion. One of the core missions of our Center for Jewish Studies is to serve as a hub for graduate center students and Jewish studies faculty throughout the very large CUNY system. All the more so during these trying times, we hope to serve you as a place for honest exchanges on sometimes difficult yet necessary topics. We are honored to welcome so many distinguished speakers today to discuss the complex intersections between the Frankfurt School and the Jewish identity of many of its key members, their philosophical approaches to anti-Semitism, and their relevance in today's fraught environment. This is a timely and important conversation. The first seeds for what would become this colloquium were actually sown in the fall 2022. It would not have been possible without the heroic efforts of my colleagues, Jack Jacobs and Marty Elsky, who's actually manning the webinar online, our resident experts on critical theory. I want to publicly thank. I would also like to offer my thanks to our co-sponsors, the James Institute for Art and Collaborative Inquiry, and the PhD programs in comparative literature, English, history, and political science. I extend my thanks to the new CUNY Anti-Hate Initiative that is supporting this event. Finally, I'm grateful to Doria Gazarian, the center's administrative assistant, who has offered her unfailing help throughout, and to Alan Hillary from the Brezi Hub, who joined our efforts in the last phases of the organization. Once again, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you will enjoy today's intellectual feast.
Hi, I'm Jack Jacobs, and I'm the chair of the doctoral program in political science here at the Graduate Center. When, sometime back, Martin Elsky first proposed that the GC's Center for Jewish Studies sponsor an event on critical theory and Jewishness, I warmly endorsed Marty's idea. My reasoning at that time as to why the Center for Jewish Studies ought to organize such an undertaking revolved around the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Institute for Social Research, the cradle of the Frankfurt School. There were quite a few events which were being planned in various countries around the world in conjunction with the centennial of the Institute. And it was my sense that the center here might be able to contribute to broader considerations of the legacies of critical theory by focusing attention on Jewish-related themes. To be sure, the question of the relationships between critical theory and Jewishness, they've been addressed before, including by a number of the eminent scholars sitting in this room, but it remains a topic about which there is considerable dissension in academic circles. Some of those who have written on relevant topics in the very recent past, I'm thinking here, for example, about Yael Kupferberg, whose book Zum Bilderverbot was published in 2022. Well, some argue that critical theory has what she calls a Jewish particularity. And she argues that that particularity has been and remains, in her terms, neglected from her perspective and from the perspective of those scholars who agree with her. And this is a quote, "Critical theory's paradigm is quintessentially Jewish." Altogether unsurprisingly, others in the scholarly world disagree rather strongly with this contention. In an article that was published in Radical Philosophy in the fall of 2023, I see Marty is already nodding, Ryan Crawford argues against what he describes as identity-based explanatory models. He points out that specific members of the Frankfurt School's first generation, Felix Weil for one, opposed explanations of their life and their work that are based upon ascriptive Jewish identities. And it struck me when those of us at the Graduate Center began to think about organizing an event that matters like these, which remain live controversies, were worthy of more extended discussion or reconsideration. And it also struck me at that time, that is in 2022, that the related question of the significance of critical theory's approaches to the study of anti-Semitism ought to be part of any such reconsideration. I initially anticipated that we could and would engage in a second portion of our event, as I personally was conceiving of it, in a collective look at key works related to anti-Semitism written by critical theorists, and that the connection of those works to critical theory's larger project, and perhaps to present-day discussions of racism, Islamophobia, and ethnic prejudice. But we have been overtaken by events. In the months following the horrific attack by Hamas on Israel, anti-Semitism has become a far more significant and worrisome phenomenon than was the case even a few years back. One can debate the meaning of anti-Semitism. That's a legitimate debate. But there's strong evidence to support the contention that genuine anti-Semitism has increased, and I, for one, believe that it must be called out. There have been some who have suggested to me over the past few months that they think that accenting anti-Semitism in the current context itself suggests a specific political position. That is one which implicitly or explicitly favors stances taken by the government of the State of Israel. I disagree. For what it's worth, my interest in exploring and explaining and condemning contemporary anti-Semitism from, above all, the perspective of critical theory does not stem from my positions on current events in the Middle East or, for that matter, elsewhere. Moreover, in my initial thinking about the colloquium we have convened today, I was not particularly focused on debating critical theory's relationships to Zionism or Israel per se, though those are matters to which I and others sitting here have devoted sustained attention in the past. But I would note that, though none of the paper titles listed on our program explicitly mention Israel or Zionism, I think we would be remiss if we did not use this opportunity to grapple with the connections between those matters and scholarly debates about the relationships, for example, among the actions of the government of the State of Israel and manifestations of anti-Semitism. And we must not look away from the ongoing suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. The question of the moment, in my opinion, is not so much what did earlier generations of critical theorists write about anti-Semitism or about Zionism or about Israel. Rather, the question is, what would an analysis making use of critical theory in the present be likely to say about Israel now, or about the reasons for the current increase in anti-Semitic incidents? I genuinely hope that we can and will interrogate these matters, if only indirectly, whatever political or philosophical differences there may be among us. I eagerly anticipate learning from all of you. Thank you for attending and for participating.
Yes, we are early. We're already 10 minutes early, so I think we're gonna go ahead. Unfortunately, Richard Wolin, who was supposed to chair the first session, will not be able to be with us. So you're stuck with me. I will chair this session, and I'm going to call the panelists to the table, Liliane Weissberg, Asaf Angermann, and Jonathan Boyarin. So we're going to go ahead now with our panel on critical theorists, Judaism and Jewishness. And I'm going to introduce our speakers all together in the order in which they will speak. We will strictly adhere to the 25-minute length for each presentation, and I think we will leave all questions for the end for this panel. Let me just make sure. Liliane Weissberg is going to be our first speaker. She's Christopher Brown Distinguished Professor in Arts and Sciences at the University of Pennsylvania. She has held visiting professorships at numerous universities in the US, Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Among her awards are the Guggenheim Fellowship, the Humboldt Research Prize, the Berlin Prize of the American Academy in Berlin, and an honorary degree from the University of Graz. Among her recent book publications are Nicht reglich grundlegend, der Kommentar als Denkform in der jüdischen Moderne von Hermann Cohen bis Jacques Derrida with Andreas Kilcher, Benjamin Feitel-Ephraim, Kaufmann, Schriftsteller, Geheimagent, and Psychoanalysis, Fatherhood, and the Modern Family. She's currently curating an international exhibition entitled What is Enlightenment? Questions for the 18th Century for the German Historical Museum in Berlin to open in October 2024. And her presentation today is entitled Adorno Takes Notes, Sociology and Critical Theory in the 1940s.
And I forward it by here. So I just read here. Thank you so much to the organizers, and thank you for coming here. I hope I can manage this. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1946, only a few months after World War II ended, Eugen Kogon published Der SS-Staat, das System der deutschen Konzentrationslager, a book later translated as The Theory and Practice of Hell. Max Horkheimer was living in Pacific Palisades at that time. He received a copy of the German book from Paul. I'm sorry? Okay, I'm sorry. Better? Thank you. Max Horkheimer was living in Pacific Palisades at that time. He received a copy of the German book from Paul Massing, a former doctoral student at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research, who continued to work at the Institute in New York. In a letter to Massing, dated May 25th, 1947, Horkheimer praised Kogon's scholarly study, informed by his experiences as an inmate in Buchenwald, as one of the most devastating and most telling documents of the Third Reich. And he continued his letter to Massing with a personal note. I quote Horkheimer: "Not to be in any doubt about my own place in the world, I have always, since the early Hitler years, kept a copy of the Special Camp Rules for the Prisoner Barracks of the concentration camp Esterwegen Commandery ready in my desk drawer." The directive in question dates from August 1st, 1934. Horkheimer had left Europe earlier that same year for New York. What kind of assurance could such a record offer him then or at any later time? And which was Horkheimer's own, I quote, place in the world? First, finding one's place in Frankfurt in 1923. Much has been written about the Jewish background of many of those scholars who had gathered at the Erste Marxistische Arbeitswoche in 1923. Some of whom went on to found the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt-Main. In his autobiography, Gershom Scholem called the Institute one of the, I quote, most remarkable Jewish sects that German Judaism had produced. More recently, Philipp Lehnhardt edited an essay on the Institute for a book on Frankfurt's Jewish institutions, but did so hesitantly. Unlike the Freies Jüdisches Lehrhaus or the Jüdischer Arbeiterbund, the Institute was, after all, not concerned with any Jewish matters, and its membership included non-Jewish scholars and students. The Institute was affiliated with a university that was founded in 1914 as the Königliche Universität zu Frankfurt am Main, but by members of the city's bourgeoisie. Most of its founders and donors were of Jewish background, and for Imperial Germany, the institution was unusually liberal. Already early on, it would offer Jewish scholars the chance to enter its faculty ranks. Franz Oppenheimer received, for example, the first chair in sociology in Germany there in 1919. During the 1920s, 2 Jewish professors served as university presidents, the mathematicians Arthur Moritz Schönflies, a relative of Walter Benjamin, and the bacteriologist Max Neisser. A few members of the Institute, such as Erich Fromm, Karl Grünberg, Leo Löwenthal, Sigrid Krakauer, and also Horkheimer, came from Orthodox or at least observant Jewish families. But most of the researchers were raised in rather secular families and viewed themselves as non-believers and Marxist by conviction. If Jewishness had provided any bond between the members of the Institute in those early years, it was their background as assimilated Jews. But even if many members of the Frankfurt group rejected a positive identification with Judaism, their awareness of anti-Semitism was a different matter altogether. One can argue that it was this concern that marked the very founding of the Institute in 1923. Early funding was provided by Hermann Weil, a German Jewish grain merchant who had emigrated to Argentina. His son Felix returned to Germany as a student and joined the group from the very beginning as an economist. He had already financed the Marxistische Arbeitswoche and would keep the Institute afloat for many years with his own funds, largely derived from his mother's inheritance. The early layout of the Institute shows 2 major offices placed opposite one another, one of its first director, Karl Grünberg, the other for Felix José Weil. Hermann Weil, the descendant of a family of German Landjuden, would erect a mausoleum for himself near his birth city of Steinfurt that was to house his ashes, as he did not want a traditional burial, and the Jewish cemetery did not accept any urns. The mausoleum was located just next to the Jewish cemetery. Hermann Weil planned this building also in 1923. The museum's model was the Temple of Jerusalem. For its design, he insisted on leaving sufficient private space in front of the building to protect it from political demonstrators. I quote, "The forecourt of the mausoleum should keep its gates open for all those who love and admire the wonderful nature, associations of homeland care, the art of singing. Everyone is welcome here and in this place," he declared upon the completion of the building in 1927, and continued, "I just don't want any political associations allowed, neither from the left nor from the right, neither swastika, nor steel helm, nor red front." Hermann Weil was a savvy businessman and philanthropist who was interested in promoting social justice. Again in 1923, on February 1st, he wrote to the Frankfurt Lord Mayor, Georg Vogt, I quote, "I have pursued philanthropic interests for a while now and would have done much more were I not disgusted by the pursuits of the anti-Semites, the Rathenau and Erzberger murderers, and especially the actions of the court related to those latter cases." Hermann Weil supported his son's Marxist studies. But just like his mausoleum, he was eager to protect the Institute from political turmoil from the very beginning. The Institute's special independent status made it possible for its members to pursue their own research program while offering courses at the university as well. Ultimately, it made its return to Frankfurt possible. The architect Franz Röckle was in charge of the building. While not quite offering a temple structure, Krakauer described it as a fortress instead, it bore some features of Röckle's major Frankfurt project, the nearby Western Synagogue, completed 10 years earlier. Röckle was a Liechtenstein architect who worked for the Jewish community. Röckle also designed Frankfurt's Israelite hospital and its nurses' residence. Perhaps it is not without irony that the architect joined the National Socialist Party already in 1932. Moving to New York in 1934. Finding a place in the world may not only be a task for a person or a building, but also for a theory or program, especially if this program was striving both to analyze present society and to work towards a better world. The Institute's projects distinguished themselves by the distinct imprint of Marxist thought and Freudian psychoanalysis. But in one aspect, at least, they were very much in line with the German sociology of its time. The Institute's members did not really pursue empirical studies. Even though Horkheimer, who became its new director and a university professor in 1931, would refer to in his inaugural speech to a program that would combine, I quote, theoretical reflection with empirical work. But Horkheimer's own designated academic field in Frankfurt was social philosophy, and it was difficult perhaps to integrate empirical data into a work that tried to counter positivism. German sociologists in general were eager to pursue a, quote, theoretical discipline, but a famous exception could be found in Austria already. The Viennese circle around Maria Hoder, Paul Lazarsfeld, and Hans Zeisel had begun to work with questionnaires and interviews, and their study, Die Arbeitslosen von Marienthal, was published in 1933. The Frankfurt Institute closed in 1933, and many of its members regrouped in New York in 1934. One of the later arrivals was Adorno, who had left Germany for England first to pursue another advanced degree at Oxford. Horkheimer urged Adorno to join him in the States. In Frankfurt, Adorno was simply associated with the Institute as a music critic. But in New York in 1938, he became a full-fledged member of the Institute. For Horkheimer, Adorno was a much-needed partner for a philosophical program to rethink Kant and German idealism. But the Institute soon published a series of essays that provided a survey of research that did rely on surveys. Written in German and begun at a time when some of the authors, like Hoder, lived in Europe still, the Studien über Autorität und Familie were published in Paris in 1936. The book was edited by Horkheimer from Herbert Marcuse and dedicated to Felix Weil. It was, as Horkheimer wrote, to provide the mortar for the new building, as Horkheimer explained in the preface. In New York, the Institute was re-established under quite different conditions. Most dramatically, the financial conditions had changed as the support from the Weil family diminished. It was associated with Columbia University, but its members had to apply for fellowships and grants for their own projects. While members had previously written in German and addressed a German audience, they were now dependent on new alliances, a new language, and a new readership. The new alliances were forged on two fronts. First, there was an active exchange with other German and Austrian émigré scholars. A cooperation with researchers who promoted different views of Marxist or psychoanalytic theory would have seemed difficult, if not impossible, in Frankfurt. In New York, the circle of allies widened. Already early on, Adorno and Lazarsfeld began to work together on the radio project. Lazarsfeld and Hoder became contributors to new projects that began to counter what Hoder would describe as, I quote, Horkheimer's fair of numbers. Bruno Bettelheim became an associate, as did Else Frankel-Brunswick. Some American and not necessarily Jewish scholars worked on specific projects, such as the psychologist Neville Sanford at Berkeley, a former student of Gordon Allport. These new researchers brought theoretical diversity, but also contributed a deeper knowledge of American history and society. In exile, the German and Austrian psychoanalysts and sociologists met their American peers who were pursuing empirical studies. Theodor Abel, an American sociology professor at Columbia who was not affiliated with the Institute, would conduct a study of German society by interviewing German voters. He published his book, Why Hitler Came into Power, in 1938. In 1938 as well, Horkheimer conceived of an essay competition, Experiences with Antisemitism, that called for contributions from people who had lived in Germany. But this project proved to be an exception. Instead, the members of the New York Institute were turning towards an analysis of American society. Only Massing was engaged in an extensive study focusing on Germany that was, moreover, largely historical. His book, Rehearsal for Destruction, a study of political anti-Semitism in Imperial Germany, was published in 1950, and perhaps the most successful of the Institute's American publications. While the subject of anti-Semitism was highly relevant in Germany, anti-Semitism turned out to be a problem in the United States as well. It seemed unclear to which extent American prejudices responded to the experience in Europe or were homegrown. Franklin D. Roosevelt's government ushered in a program of social reform and pushed for some liberal measures that were viewed by some as an increased influence of Jews in Washington. Some thought that there was too much Jewish influence in business as well as politics. There was also an anxiety that the so-called Jewish problem may lead the United States to another war. Right-wing groups were outspoken in their animosity towards Jews, and the Catholic priest Charles Edward Coughlin became an outspoken critic of Jews whom he viewed as un-American. In the 30s and 40s, Jews in the United States experienced professional discrimination and exclusion from social institutions. Among the general population, there was moreover the fear of the arrival of a large number of refugees. General policies limited immigration, even though the immigration numbers had actually declined in recent years, and the numbers of people who emigrated from the United States to other countries was historically at a high. The rather low immigration quota set for European countries affected persecuted Jews. But because of a cumbersome process for visa documentation, even those quotas were not met. For the members of the Institute, this must have been a complex situation. They had managed to flee Europe and could save their lives. But in America, they experienced what Löwenthal called everyday anti-Semitism. When the Rockefeller Foundation did not respond to funding requests, Horkheimer decided to approach Jewish institutions. The Institute's interest in a study of anti-Semitism met their own concerns. The American Jewish Congress, AJC, and the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, used radio, the press, and mass media to fight prejudice that they saw rooted in a lack of knowledge about Jews. The AJC in particular was interested in the research on the authoritarian personality that the Institute had already developed in the study on the family. Despite his initial hesitancy and continued misgivings, Horkheimer was successful in gaining support from two quite different organizations. The AJC, founded in 1906 by economically established Jews of German background, and the more left-leaning Jewish Labor Committee, JLC, representing Jewish union members who came predominantly from Eastern Europe. Eva Maria Ziege has written extensively about the differences between the American Jewish Committee and the more left-leaning JLC. and the various negotiations that led to a project proposals that was finally accepted and financially supported. The project on anti-Semitism was to combine the sociological and psychological interest of the group, but it was also the first larger effort to adopt empirical sociology. And like the Marienthal project, it was supposed to focus on the working class. In Germany, anti-Semitism was thought to be a phenomenon of the middle class, and Marxist critics would place the hope of a political change on the workers. In America, anti-Semitism seemed to be rather a working class phenomenon. The Institute's project, entitled Anti-Semitism Among American Labor, was to study workers' responses by casting a wider net of geographical data. The American experience did not only differ from the European one, it called for a theoretical refocus, not at least of the Marxist agenda. Already in 1939, Horkheimer described the project as one that involved more of, I quote, his libido than any other studies. In 1940, Adorno began to sketch first outlines of the project. Final proposals were sketched by 1941. The Institute formed groups of investigators who began working on the study in earnest in 1943, but the project was gaining momentum in 1944 at the height of the American war effort. By mid-1943 also, the Institute had begun working with the JLC on a study that dealt with the relationship between Jews and non-Jews among American workers. Researchers were to proceed via questions and conversations and analyze the attitudes of the workers. With the support of the AJC, the Institute hired a large number of investigators to conduct the interviews. Only a few of them were Jewish. A large number of earlier Eastern European Jewish immigrants had worked in the textile industry, and although this industry had become increasingly diverse, their union was excluded from the survey. Included, however, was the defense industry. Messing, Löwenthal, Pollock, and Arkady Gorland analyzed the incoming data. There were 10 main questions that were supposed to lead to conversations, and leaving room for narrative and few supplementary questions too. The term anti-Semitism was not mentioned in any of them. Workers were asked whether they thought the Jews were doing their duty in the war effort, whether Jews got ahead at the expense of the American people, whether they had influence on Washington, whether the universal experience that Jews have been persecuted always and everywhere proved that they deserved it. In addition to noting down responses, investigators were recording the religion and ethnicity of their subjects, biographical details, as well as psychological impressions of their interview partners. For example, whether, I quote, they were easygoing or whether they worried a lot. In contrast to the Institute's later study on the authoritarian personality, which focused on the white population, emphasis here was put on questions of racial and religious diversity. Researchers were interested in the relationship between Jews and Blacks and asked for comparison between ethnic discrimination. Gunnar Myrdal's An American Dilemma appeared in 1944 and must have caught the attention of the Institute researchers. It was published, by the way, by the same publishing house as the later series on prejudice by the Institute members. As a final result, their studies showed a strong anti-Semitic sentiment among workers, but broke it down along the racial lines. Black workers complained about Jewish shopkeepers or landlords, but in general, they felt more sympathy for the plight of the European Jews than white workers. Altogether, white workers expressed stronger anti-Semitic views. All results of these questionnaires were compiled in a study that numbered 1,449 typewritten pages and filled 4 volumes. Some of the research experience informed the more famous later study on the authoritarian personality, published in 1950. But the complete manuscript of Antisemitism Among American Labor was submitted to the AGC in May 1945, just as World War II ended, but it was never published. An attempt to distill the findings into a slimmer book was abandoned, as the abridged version seemed to simplify matters and lacked the desired critical analysis and reflection. Thus, this project survives in archival deposits only, both in New York and Frankfurt. I'm giving you 2 pages here as examples. Horkheimer and Samuel Flowerman published a series of books for the AGC instead, entitled, in general, Studies on Prejudice. All of them dealt with anti-Semitism also, including, of course, the authoritarian personality, the second large group studies conducted under Adorno's oversight. These are the books listed. Adorno's outline of the project. While Horkheimer made the arrangements with the AGC, it was to be Adorno's task to provide anti-Semitism among American labor with a theoretical framework. In Frankfurt, Adorno had been hardly concerned with Jewish issues or with anti-Semitism. But after Hitler's rise to power, he became a victim of the new racial laws. He was unable to negotiate for a continued employment at Frankfurt's university and thus left for England. In his essay on Richard Wagner, begun there in 1937 and completed in New York, Adorno would discuss Wagner's attitudes towards his Jewish conductor Hermann Levy and mention anti-Semitism for the first time. But following Horkheimer's instigation, Adorno began working in New York now on the proposal for the anti-Semitism project. I quote, "It is obvious that we are aiming for a true theory of anti-Semitism and not some legal sociological commentary," Adorno wrote. In September 1940, he sent Horkheimer, who had already moved to California, his first, I quote, "daring sketch of the phenomenon for which there would be no, I quote, rationalistic explanation." While tackling the Judenprojekt for the Judenkomitee, Adorno was also hesitant about the amount of theory he could possibly include. Ideas of how to combat anti-Semitism had perhaps to be included, he suggested, I quote, "as the Jews are reducing their efforts and are trying to save money everywhere. I believe that such a project could only be successful if they could see an immediate advantage in it." While Horkheimer kept a copy of the concentration camp pamphlet handy, for Adorno, anti-Semitism was at first a problem of the Jews as others. Quite curiously, the language of anti-Semitism enters Adorno's early text. This odd slippage continues in the first draft of Adorno's proposal that is included with his letter. For Adorno, the hatred of Jews is all too deep and too archaic, and he offers the following thesis, I quote, "In a very early stage of the history of mankind, Jews have either rejected the transition from a nomad existence to sedentariness, or they did not enter this transition fully, and perhaps only seemingly, in a kind of pseudomorphosis. Any study of anti-Semitism would have to begin, therefore, with the Bible, a book that offers already stories about Jewish wandering. Jews are an extraterritorial people who do not claim any specific and clearly defined homeland. In short, according to Adorno, they are, quote, the secret gypsies of history. Even the concept of monotheism, which he relates to the Enlightenment, was a result of the Jews' nomad existence. Changing places constantly, they were unwilling to adopt local gods. I quote, "There's only so much mythology in the world as there are connections with the soil and a concrete settlement and Wohnsitz." Human work, however, is only possible after settling down, and thus Jews have come to stand for a mankind who does not know work yet and who resists civilization. This may ultimately describe the rise of anti-Semitism. I cite Adorno, early Adorno. The more the world of people being settled and working had reproduced suppression, the more the older condition would be viewed as bliss, something that could not be permitted. Even the thought of it had to be forbidden. This ban is the origin of anti-Semitism, and the expulsions of Jews are the attempts to either complete or imitate the expulsion from paradise. Interestingly, Adorno formulates his thoughts of a nomad Jewish people who did not submit to work as a framework for a study on anti-Semitism among American labor. While Horkheimer was trying to understand his place in the world, his fellow emigre Adorno theorized about a Jewish people who did not occupy a fixed place in the world at all, and who provoked anxieties in non-Jews due to their archaic form of existence. Soon, however, Adorno would also write, I quote, "I have come slowly to the conclusion, also following the last news from Germany, that I cannot disengage myself anymore from thinking of the fate of the Jews. Often it seems to me as if everything that we were used to view under the aspect of the working class has shifted in horrible concentration to the Jews. I'm asking myself, I'm almost finished. I'm asking myself if we should not say the things that we should really want to say, however it will turn out with the project, in connection with the Jews who form the contrapoint to the concentration of power." In his final sketch, Research Project on Anti-Semitism, the idea of the project, Adorno does no longer write about the nomadic Jews, but presents several new hypotheses. If he rejected any historical account before, Adorno cites historical pogroms now and anti-Semitic statements by Enlightenment philosophers such as Voltaire or Kant. He compares the persecution of aristocrats during the French Revolution with the persecution of Jews in Nazi Germany. Adorno also mentions Jewish character traits that would easily serve anti-Semitic propaganda. So-called rationalistic thinking may have been developed by non-Jews, but describes Jews often quite well. The economic life that they were forced to lead honed their ability in abstract thought. In addition to the questionnaires and interviews that the project had already envisioned, Adorno suggests an additional element here, experimentation. Films should be made to which viewers were to respond. These experiments should be carried out in geographical regions where few Jews lived and, quote, "German propaganda works unfettered, for instance, in some states in the Northwest." He outlines one of these films that would show boys of 12 to 15 at play. One boy should be thrashed by the others. There should be no mention of any guilt or innocence. It was just important to consider the following combination. The thrashed boy is a Gentile with a Gentile name. The thrashed boy is a Gentile with a Jewish name. The thrashed boy is a Jew with a Gentile name. The thrashed boy is a Jew with a Jewish name. Viewers of these film scenes should be in turn observed and interviewed. It is interesting that Adorno himself had changed his name in New York at that time. He had dropped his Jewish sounding last name, Wiesengrund, reduced it to the middle initial, and adopted his mother's name. Adorno's concept of anti-Semitism evolved, of course. In 1944, during the time of the most intensive work on the project, Antisemitism Among American Labor, he and Horkheimer issued the first version of the Dialektik der Aufklärung. Once again, Adorno focused on Kant and Voltaire there. But whatever empirical data the Institute had collected, anti-Semitism was no longer a question of scientific inquiry for him, but central for his philosophical work. The consequence of anti-Semitism had become more obvious for him as well. It was no longer a matter of mere prejudice, I quote. The problem is not one of discrimination, Adorno would finally include, but of extermination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liliane, for this very rich paper. Please hold on to your questions. We're going to take them all at the end. Our next speaker is Asaf Angermann, who is currently an assistant professor of philosophy and Jewish thought at the University of Louisville in Kentucky. And Asaf allowed us to share the scoop that from the next academic year, he will be assistant professor of philosophy and religion and director of the Jewish Studies program at the University of North Texas. He is the author of Damaged Irony, Kierkegaard, Adorno, and the Negative Dialectics of Critical Subjectivity, the editor of Theodor Adorno and Gershom Scholem, Correspondence 1939-1969, and the translator from German to Hebrew of Adorno's Education to Maturity and Responsibility. His current work focuses on critical theory of race, gender, and sexuality, and on Black-Jewish relations. And his talk today is entitled Solidarity or Downfall, on the necessity and impossibility of reading Adorno as a Jewish philosopher. Asaf, set up your
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Francesca, Jack, Martin, the organizers, for putting that together. It's a pleasure to be here in these really difficult times. I will speak about the question of reading Adorno as a Jewish philosopher, and the title is Solidarity or Downfall, which means that I will start at the end. That means with the final line of negative dialectics that says, there is solidarity between such thinking and metaphysics at the time of its fall. And I also put the German original. There are various possible translations of that sentence. I will focus on that and try to explain what it means as the concluding sentence of a book that deals with the possibility of philosophy or metaphysics after the moment to realize it was missed, or after the attempt to change the world miscarried. Adorno has a few explanations of that. That means in the wake of the downfall or demise of the philosophical projects of the Enlightenment, of Marxism, of liberation, you can choose it, and after the relapse of humanity into barbarism, into mass extermination. The sentence provides no simple answer to the question of the possibility of philosophy or metaphysics, but it defends a different way or a new mode of discussing metaphysical questions. So Adorno's main argument in negative dialectics is that the historical, social, and political conditions that make philosophy as metaphysics impossible are also the conditions that make it necessary, or necessary again, but in a different form. So of course, it corresponds to the question of the possibility of philosophy or metaphysics after the Holocaust. Adorno explains metaphysics as the possibility, and I'm quoting from his lectures on metaphysics, the possibility of determining the absolute, that means the non-conceptual, through concepts. His project in negative dialectics concerns the necessity and impossibility of doing so, of reaching beyond the boundaries of conceptuality through conceptuality, of thinking the unconditional by means of the conditional. Since the abstract metaphysical question, this is one of Adorno's main claims, the abstract metaphysical question cannot be separated from concrete individual and social and historical experience. The question I would like to consider in this paper is how or whether the abstract necessity and impossibility of metaphysics is related to the concrete historical question of reading Adorno as a Jewish philosopher, or as a philosopher of the Jewish experience, namely whether his metaphysical claim can be considered to belong to the realm or the discipline or the tradition of Jewish philosophy. And for doing so, I would need a clear definition of Jewish philosophy, according to which I could then consider whether Adorno's thinking belongs to it. But of course, there is no such definition. There is no such absolute or definite definition of what Jewish philosophy is. And certainly that question about what Jewish philosophy is and whether Adorno is a Jewish philosopher by far transcends the biographic question of his own identity or ancestry. Rather, the question of the necessity and impossibility of reading Adorno as a Jewish philosopher is, I think, related to the question of the necessity and impossibility of being Jewish, or his being Jewish, Adorno's being Jewish. And that's the question, I think, that was formulated and examined by Jean Amery At the Mind's Limit, published in 1966, the same year as Negative Dialectics. And Adorno actually addressed it. I will speak about it in a second. To consider these questions of the necessity and impossibility of reading Adorno's thought as Jewish philosophy, I'd like to consider four concepts or elements or dimensions, so four concepts that can shed light on that question. The four concepts will be materialism, hereticism, corporeality, and solidarity. Negative dialectics means for Adorno that objects do not go into their concepts without leaving a remainder, that the concept does not exhaust the thing conceived. It means, in simple words, that material objects inevitably contain more than can be expressed conceptually. There is never an identity of concepts and objects. Now, if the task of metaphysics is to determine the absolute, that means the non-conceptual, the unconditional through concepts, through the conditional, then this project must, by definition, fail. Unconditional or non-conceptual objectivity will always be a step beyond the conceptual. It will always escape or evade it. It is therefore logically impossible. But at the same time, for Adorno, it's a necessary undertaking. Metaphysics as the absolute or the unconditional, as reaching beyond given reality, has for him a material purpose. It responds to needs. Adorno describes it as the negation of material needs. Thinking, conceptuality, as the negation of material needs, the needs of subsistence. Negation of material needs through thinking. Conceptual thinking becomes tangible when it impacts concrete material needs, when it satisfies or alleviates the need and thereby transcends or negates it. Adorno's notion of need is not abstract theoretical, but material and concrete. Thinking, he says, itself a mode of conduct, contains the need in itself. The need for him, in the same passage, in the same final passage, the need for him is what we think from. The need in thinking, he says, is what makes us think. It asks to be negated by thinking, to be really satisfied, and in this negation, it survives. Now, going back to the final sentence, such thinking is in solidarity with metaphysics at the moment of its downfall, we can ask, what is such thinking? And this is what such thinking is: metaphysics as negative dialectics that arises from and responds to material needs. Now, importantly, for the case that I'd like to make, in the very same final paragraph of negative dialectics, Adorno connects negative dialectics with materialist metaphysics and also with Jewish mysticism. The smallest intramundane traits would be of relevance to the absolute, for the micrological view cracks the shells of what measured by the subsuming general concept is helplessly isolated and explodes its identity, the delusion that it's nothing but a specimen, an exemplar. So that means that metaphysics for Adorno, as opposed to theology, and also as opposed to the occult, another topic that he speaks about, metaphysics concern the absolute not as an otherworldly or outerworldly, as an extra-mundane, but as consisting of material, historical, tangible elements. That the absolute depends on material, historical, and this worldly experience is an idea that Adorno that's derived from Gnosticism and mysticism. And that actually also echoes Adorno's earlier statement from the beginning of the section on meditations to metaphysics from negative dialectics. In that section, he says that one of the mystical impulses secularizing dialectics was the doctrine that the intramundane and historic is relevant to what traditional metaphysics distinguished as transcendence. So dialectics, accordingly, is also a secularization of metaphysical impulses, that is, not of mysticism itself, but of the impulses behind mysticism. The impulse to express concrete, material, social, and psychological needs and wishes in abstract, symbolic, mythical forms. This, the focus on the impulses behind mysticism, was also Gershom Scholem's main argument in his own study of mysticism. In fact, in his own copy of Negative Dialectics, Scholem noted on the margin next to that passage, he just noted Kabbalah. A few pages later, actually, Adorno adds more explicitly, Kabbalah, the name of the body of Jewish mysticism, means traditions, and in its furthest ventures, metaphysical immediacy did not deny how much of it is immediate. On the margin next to this line, Scholem noted Scholem, which has something about the connection. So when speaking about the not immediate experience, not immediate refers to material, earthly, concrete dimensions that are translated into abstract, symbolic, mythical concepts in both mysticism and metaphysics, and therefore only appear as immediate. In this sense, it is in this sense that the material, the not immediate, is relevant to what the absolute is for Adorno. But if we go back to the intramundane micrological view, Adorno argues also in that same section that it cracks the shells of what, measured by the subsuming concept, is isolated and explodes its identity, as it explodes the idea of identity as an illusion. It shows the deception in the identity of concepts and objects. That means the deception of subsuming material objects as specimens, as exemplars of that can fit to general concepts. Now, when he speaks about cracking the shells, as Peter Gordon has and others have noted, Adorno alludes to the Kabbalistic idea of the breaking of the vessels, the Shevirat HaKelim, the second stage in the mystical theory of redemption elaborated by Rabbi Isaac Luria of Safed in the 16th century. And Adorno was familiar with that by reading Sholem. Now, the vessels, the kelim, are the shells, according to that theory, the shells that contained divine powers. That means God's rays of light that were sent into the earth after God's tzimtzum. That's the idea of the withdrawal of God into his own retreat after creating the world. The immense divine powers were too strong in that story, too strong for earthly or material shells, which cracked and broke, scattering the divine powers into the earth. And that required the act that was called tikkun, restitution, redemption, the mending of the broken vessels of the broken world. Adorno uses the Kabbalistic metaphor of the world's brokenness on several occasions, probably most famously in the final aphorism of Minima Moralia. But here, in the final sentence of Negative Dialectics, it appears almost unnoticeably, but all the more substantially. It is the explosion of false identity of concepts and objects, the false identity of concepts and objects that correspond to material history, just like in Kabbalah. Now, Sholem, and that has been already mentioned, Sholem has famously called the Frankfurt School as one of the most remarkable Jewish sects that German Jewry produced, and he also added that not all of them liked to hear that. In one of his letters to Adorno, he describes, for example, Minima Moralia as written in the best esoteric tradition and as one of the most remarkable documents of negative theology. Of course, Adorno's philosophy was neither mystical nor was it negative theology, but these Jewish mystical material aspects are central to his decisive critical argument on metaphysics and materialism. Interestingly, maybe as a side note, the fact that Adorno borrowed that kind of thinking from Sholem, in fact, also points at the significance of materialism, and one may even say dialectical or historical materialism or even Marxism to Sholem's work, even though, despite his own opposition to any form of Marxism. But I think it's another thing to think about with regard to Sholem from the perspective of Adorno. The second element that I want to talk about is hereticism. Just before the sentence that I've just quoted from Negative Dialectics, Adorno writes, "It has been observed that mysticism, whose very name expresses the hope that institutionalization may save the immediacy of metaphysical experience from being lost altogether, establishes social traditions and comes from tradition across lines of demarcation drawn by religions that regard each other as heretical." So in that sense, he says that mysticism saves the immediacy of metaphysical experience from being lost altogether. It preserves the kind of experience that preserves itself as immediate, as a here and now relation to the absolute. The immediacy of mystical or metaphysical experience, and here Adorno borrows from Sholem again, is by definition heretical because it bypasses or disregards and even rejects religious traditions and authorities, and at the same time establishes social traditions that cross lines between religions, that regard each other as heretical. And this draws from Sholem's own research of the relation between mysticism and apostasy. In fact, Sholem himself saw Adorno as a heretic who follows along the Jewish heretical tradition, at least in two senses. In his response to negative dialectics, Sholem wrote to Adorno that he has never read such a chaste and self-restrained defense of metaphysics, and that he admired Adorno's extracting this new metaphysical approach precisely through recourse to Marxism. But Sholem, particularly, he says, he appreciated Adorno's heretical approach to Marxism, namely that Marxism, Sholem says, must no longer be seen as a scientific credo, but rather as a perpetually open question. So Sholem viewed Sholem views critical theories, unorthodox Marxism, as a heretical undertaking in the Jewish tradition. But, and that's the second point, I think more importantly, Sholem viewed Adorno as following along the Jewish heretical messianic traditions that he, Sholem himself, explored in his own scholarship. Mystical sects that preached heresy, transgression, and antinomianism as a social and religious condition of redemption. The Sabbatian movement following Sabbatai Tzvi in the 17th century in Turkey, and the Frankist movement following Jakob Frank in 18th century Poland and Germany. The social theological argument made by these movements, according to Sholem, was that since centuries of religious obedience and adherence to Jewish divine law have not yielded any redemption, and Jewish persecution, suffering, and exile still continued, it might be time for a radical change to negate and transgress the law. Sholem studied these ideas since his early work. Famous one is called Redemption Through Sin. But significantly, he dedicated an article on Frank, one of the mystic heretical messiah, on Frank's heretical nihilism. So Sholem dedicated that text on heretical nihilism to the Festschrift for Adorno's 60th birthday in 1963. In that text, Sholem explained the Frankist rationale in a way that may seem compatible with Adorno's critical theory of oppressive normativity. The world, and that's a quotation from Sholem's text that was dedicated to Adorno, the world is ruled by unworthy or unjust laws. Therefore, the task, according to Jakob Frank, to whom Sholem to some extent compares Adorno, therefore the task is to bring the rule of these laws to an end, since they are laws of death which violate human dignity. Again, that's Sholem on Jewish mystical hereticism dedicated to Adorno. Interestingly, in the same year, 1963, in his Problems of Moral Philosophy lecture, Adorno made a similar argument, saying that it's not uncommon for morals to persist even though the consciousness of individuals and the critical labor of the intellect are no longer in tune with them. But the moment such customs continue to assert themselves in the face of a confrontation with liberated, autonomous reflection, they assume the features of something poisoned and evil. Once the state, that's Adorno still, once the state of human consciousness and the state of the social forces of production have abandoned these collective ideas, these ideas acquire repressive and violent qualities. So that's kind of the beginning, that's part of Adorno's critique of Kant, but that's the beginning of Adorno's critical theory of oppressive ethics, violent ethics, that has some similarities with Sholem's understandings of Frankism, which means that imposing obsolete norms that have become incompatible with the lives of individuals violate human dignity, taken from Sholem, and becomes poisoned and evil or repressive and violent in Adorno's world. Viewed from this perspective, Adorno's critical social theory may indeed follow in the footsteps of Jewish heretical mystics. So it's more or less the same, a similar argument. The third point that I want to talk about is corporal reality. In line with the material and heretical dimension of Adorno's philosophy is the significance of the body, the somatic, the corporal real in it. The need in thinking to which his metaphysics responds is also a material bodily need. The suffering caused by oppression and violence, for Adorno, is first and foremost bodily suffering. And he says the need to lend a voice to suffering is a condition of all truth. This is also the task of Adorno's metaphysics and ethics. Interestingly, in his 1965 Metaphysics lectures, which was an early version, an early elaboration of the section of the Meditations to Metaphysics, the final chapter of Negative Dialectics, in these lectures, when arguing for the insufficiency or obsolescence of previous concepts of metaphysics, Adorno discusses Jean Amarie's essay on torture, which had then just been published in the German journal Merkur, and then it was included in at the Mind's Limit or Jenseits von Schuld und Sühne, Amarie's famous book. In that book, or in that text, Amarie writes that the tortured person never ceases to be amazed that all those things one may call his soul, his mind, his consciousness, his identity are destroyed when there is that cracking and splintering in the shoulder joints. So all these metaphysical, abstract, spiritual dimensions are cracking and splintering when there is pain, in the experience of pain. That life is fragile, Amarie says, is a truism he has always, the tortured person has always known. But only through torture did he learn that a living person can be transformed so thoroughly into flesh, and by that, while still alive, be partly made into a prey of death. Amarie's account of the inevitable reduction of human beings to bodily objects does not only underscore the meaning of corporeality, of bodily suffering to thought, but also, for Adorno, expresses, that's what he says in his metaphysics lectures, expresses the changes in the rock strata of experience and indicates that the traditional compatibility between metaphysical thought and intramundane experience has been shattered. That our metaphysical faculty, says that in Negative Dialectics, our metaphysical faculty is paralyzed because actual events have shattered the basis on which speculative metaphysical thought could be reconciled with experience. That means that bodily experience of suffering and torture, the realization that there are things that are worse than death, cannot be expressed conceptually. They resist and transcend conceptual thinking. At the same time, so on the one hand, they make clear that metaphysical thinking is incompatible with life. At the same time, true metaphysics cannot be complete without them. It is in this sense that the downfall or demise of metaphysics in Negative Dialectics' final sentence must be understood, I think. Humanity, torture, and extermination have made metaphysics incompatible or incommensurable with concrete material bodily experience. But why must or why shall such thinking as Negative Dialectics be in solidarity with such metaphysics in such a moment of downfall or demise? And that's the last element I want to talk about, solidarity. Why do we need to talk about solidarity? Why does Adorno require solidarity with metaphysics? And the answer, I believe, can be found to some extent in Adorno's famous New Categorical Imperative, which illuminates the necessity and impossibility of reading him as a Jewish philosopher. The New Categorical Imperative says to arrange our thoughts and actions so that Auschwitz will not repeat itself, so that nothing similar will happen. Now, most often, only the first part of the imperative would be read to prevent a repetition of Auschwitz, to prevent a repetition of the Jewish Holocaust. But the second part of it, that nothing similar will happen, may be the important part. Responsibility for solidarity with those who are suffering, wherever or whoever they may be, as the actual, necessary, and possibly impossible Jewish content of Adorno's philosophy. not only when it specifies Jewish suffering, but when it addresses suffering as such, may be the actual Jewish content. In particular, the material and the somatic, bodily basis of the imperative. Adorno says that dealing discursively with it would be an outrage, for the new imperative gives us a bodily sensation of the moral addendum, another central element in his writing. Bodily, because it is now the practical abhorrence of the unbearable physical agony to which individuals are exposed. In the chapter that closes his book on the necessity and impossibility of being a Jew, so that's the title of the last chapter of At the Mind's Limit, Jean Amery discusses solidarity in a related sense. Amery says, solidarity in the face of threat is all that links me, Amery, with my Jewish contemporaries, the believers as well as the non-believers, the national-minded as well as those ready to assimilate. It is in this sense, I believe, that it is necessary, but also impossible, to read Adorno's metaphysics as a Jewish philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you, Asaf, for this thought-provoking paper. Our last presenter is Jonathan Boyarin, who is the Diane and Thomas Mann Professor of Modern Jewish Studies in the Departments of Anthropology and Near Eastern Studies at Cornell University. His work centers on the communal dynamics and collective identities of East European and Ashkenazi-derived communities in the modern period. His most recent monograph is Yeshiva Days, Learning on the Lower East Side. He's also an Yiddish translator, and together with Jonas Samson Boyarin, has produced the forthcoming As the Story Goes, a collection of anecdotes about notable Jewish figures. And the title of his talk today is How Jewish is the Angel. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. It is very difficult to say anything now without directly confronting the enormity of the catastrophe we're both experiencing and anticipating, and therefore it is very difficult to say anything. It is difficult to avoid the temptation to see retroactive inevitability from our now, known to some as the year 2024, to the 1930s, implying, and this is of course by no means a novel assertion, I think nothing that I say will be novel, that implying that the continuities between the fate of Earth and its creatures before and after the war known to some as World War II, and to others, for example, at least in the first instance as Der Dritte Churden, that those continuities are greater than the discontinuities, that the liberation in some large sense has revealed itself as illusory. In the face of this immediate catastrophe, I've had, in fact, increasingly little to say, and almost nothing for any kind of public audience since the particularly disastrous moment that began on October 7th. I grow less and less embarrassed to declare myself not merely a quietist. That's not so embarrassing, for there is some precedent in the history of anthropology for quietism as an ethical position, but as a defeatist. And I know very, very well know that defeatism is considered highly irresponsible in most quarters. If I speak now, it is largely out of immense respect for the colleagues in this symposium and a desire to hear what they say. So please forgive me if these comments are somewhat scattered, and perhaps worse, if some of them appear tendentious, and perhaps yet still worse, if they seem to indulge in a certain philological urge that we cannot really seem to afford now, or an equally pernicious presentism. I do know, or think I know at least, that far from the massacre near the Gaza border that day being 100% Israel's responsibility, as some activists precipitously and enthusiastically declared, and certainly as well, far from campus and other protests against Israel's Gaza invasion being solely driven by a vaguely defined anti-Semitism. I think Jack spoke quite precisely on this point about an hour ago. Both of those responses take place within and are driven by a wider context of what I might call, if only to not have to use the word catastrophe once again, what I might call limits. Both the limits to growth, as already announced in a publication by the Club of Rome with that title from the early 1970s, and the closely related limits to any broadly shared image of species-wide harmonization. Partly because I am referring to the particular period in which my own consciousness was shaped, I can't say for sure whether the 1960s and early 70s were in fact also some high point for such a sunny image, at least in the United States. But for those of us who were around back then, it may be enough to mention immensely popular songs with titles like Peace Train, People Get Ready, and Love Train, and the credence given to their lyrics at that time, a time when few of us dreamed, as Walter Benjamin had in the 1930s, of throwing the emergency brake on the locomotive of history. I cite this not as particularly solid evidence for the significance of 1968, vis-a-vis, for example, 1848, but rather to evoke in you the sense of loss that I seem to have been feeling for almost half a century now. Bluntly put, and I think you know all this already, capitalism with its attendant promise of increased freedom for all, to the extent that it's not entirely illusory, depends on continued growth and expansion, as have most versions of socialism. The supposedly non-material internet sucks limited water. Telecommunications seeks increasingly rare minerals. Cheap Midwestern wheat drains the Ogallala aquifer. Houses are built in deserts where the summer heat is barely able to sustain human life. How could a liberal dream possibly be sustained in the face of such limits to growth? No one today, I think, would support the theses of another book published a decade or so before The Limits to Growth. I'm thinking of Walt Rostow's The Stages of Economic Growth. Does anyone remember what those stages were? Right. Traditional society, preconditions to take off, drive to maturity, and culmination in an age of high mass consumption. The whole world, in other words, was destined to share in the American dream. This seems almost quaint now. Who even speaks of development today? Please do correct me in discussion if I'm making unjustifiable assumptions about our present discourse, but it seems to me that we're spending most of our time trying either to put out fires or to move to higher ground so the floodwaters don't reach us. To speak thus of limits may have the effect, which seems justified to me, whether or not it turns out to be helpful, in fact, of drawing our attention somewhat away from the harms done by bad individual actors, such as Benjamin Netanyahu or Donald Trump, and toward the conditions that enable their murderous resentments to receive popular echoes. There have always been kooks and blowhards, including really smart, talented, and energetic ones. Particular conditions provide fertile ground for reception of their visions of selective yet collective suicide. To the extent this observation is correct, it may imply in turn that efforts by well-meaning people like ourselves to remove such individuals from power are at best stopgaps, if not entirely futile. Score 1 point for my quietism, if you're keeping score. Those are about as many words as I seem to have before invoking once again the figure of Walter Benjamin and his angel, Gershom Schollem's classic essay with that title alludes both to the famous clay painting titled Angelus Novus and to Benjamin's evocation of the angel of history. I hesitate, but only for a second, to cite that evocation, if only because many of you doubtless know it by heart and better than I do. But why should that stop us? Or at least those of us who have been reciting the same chapters of Psalms after daily prayers since October 7, even as it becomes increasingly unclear on whose behalf we are beseeching the divine with those prayers. At this moment of danger, I find myself seizing hold of a memory, a story actually, about a group of Jews who have heard of an impending pogrom in their shtetl and have gathered downcast and silent in the synagogue for mutual support. Suddenly, one of the town hotheads bursts in and shouts, "Jews, we are in danger. We're about to be attacked. Why are you sitting here passively? We must do something. Start reciting Psalms now." So if the tradition has us reciting Psalms, why not a ritual invocation of Thesis 9? And indeed, in Harry Zone's first translation, the language in which I know it best. After all, parenthetically, you may or may not know this. I learned a few years ago that there's apparently millions of people in the United States who think that what God dictated to Moses on Mount Sinai is the literal text of the King James Bible. Right, and anything else is heretical. That's fascinating, right? Anyway, so that's sort of, like the theses in Illuminations, it's like for me. So, a clay painting named Angelus Novus shows an angel looking as though he is about to move away from something he is fixedly contemplating. His eyes are staring, his mouth is open, his wings are spread. This is how one pictures the angel of history. His face is turned toward the past. Where we perceive a chain of events, he sees one single catastrophe, which keeps piling wreckage upon wreckage and hurls it in front of his feet. The angel would like to stay, awaken the dead, and make whole what has been smashed. But a storm is blowing from paradise. It has got caught in his wings with such violence that the angel can no longer close them. This storm irresistibly propels him into the future, to which his back is turned while the pile of debris before him grows skyward. This storm is what we call progress. Sorry. Here we do not content ourselves with recitation. So let me focus briefly on a moment in this now canonical text that I at least had not noticed before. Clay's angel is described as about to move away from something he is fixedly contemplating. That is, Clay's angel is described as either still or in a moment of arrested motion, about to move away, right? No such sense of even temporary stillness can be detected in the description of Benjamin's own angel of history, unless perhaps it is the suggestion that there was once a time when the angel could close its wings. The overall impression from the last sentences, the storm from paradise, the angel facing the pile of debris named as progress, is of a motion that is both perpetual and unilinear. Once again, I pause to acknowledge that you know of all this, even if you've never thought it explicitly, even if you've never read the theses. This is how we live. This angel is not only Walter Benjamin's, but ours. I suspect that the critique of the idea of progress in the theses on the philosophy of history may be more palatable and hence better absorbed by many critical readers than is the mourning for the past or the argument Benjamin makes there for the past's own claim on us for redemption. How thoroughly, I wonder, even now, have we shaken the ideas that we are bound by the shackles of the past? In short, that we are smarter than our ancestors. Do we really sense and I say sense because I'm trying to avoid the language of belief here. Do we really sense that change can only come in the name of its enslaved ancestors? And that the vision of liberated grandchildren is ultimately a diversion? I struggle at this point. Certainly, the idea that ancestry and memory are themselves political matters encouraged me at a time when I felt equally compelled to try to help effect liberatory change and to recuperate ancestral stories and languages in the face of the implicit notions that somehow Jewishness was no longer of critical relevance after 1945, or perhaps after 1967. A politics of memory helped me to articulate the idea that such recuperations were or could be more than the indulgence of third-generation nostalgia for immigrant roots. But the image of an angel that could not face forward as well, or that refused to do so, wasn't enough when I had children of my own, and realized that Benjamin seemed to concede nothing or almost nothing to those visions of possible futures that we seem, in any case, almost unable to avoid. The second part of Benjamin's 18th and final thesis is enigmatic, and I'm not sure I've ever tried to unpack it fully before, even in seminar. It is the only place in this document where Benjamin explicitly addresses Jewishness. He does so in a way that both makes the Jews a model for the conception of contingent temporality he wishes to evoke, and also that distances himself from them. Thus, the soothsayers who found out from time to time what it had in store certainly did not experience time as either homogeneous or empty. Anyone who keeps this in mind will perhaps get an idea of how past times were experienced in remembrance, namely, in just the same way. We know that the Jews were prohibited from investigating the future. The Torah and its prayers instruct them in remembrance, however. This stripped the future of its magic, to which all those succumb who turn to the soothsayers for enlightenment. This does not imply, however, that for the Jews, the future turned into homogeneous, empty time. For every second of time was the straight gate through which the Messiah might enter. Again, in Harry Zone's first translation of the theses. And I have to say, I'm still partial to that straight gate rather than the small gateway, as the perhaps technically more correct selected writings versions has it. But here's perhaps a way to paraphrase this culminating thesis 18b. Soothsayers see the future as pregnant with possibilities. Once upon a time, the past was seen by everyone, it seems, not just the Jews, right, as similarly contingent and full of potential power. The Jews, for example, perhaps, a group, again, which Benjamin implicitly posits as other than himself, could not indulge in soothsaying, but were enjoined in the remembrance of a vital past, not at the expense of a contingent future, but indeed as a resource for an always possible redemption. This is perhaps as close as Benjamin would come, as much as he would concede to a rhetoric of hope in the face of the future, which, again, his angel evidently could not or would not see. To address the concerns announced by this symposium, what we call antisemitism, probably a misnomer for any time prior to the 19th century, would be in large measure a reaction against this resistant orientation toward the continuing possibilities of a particular human past. Are the Jews still prohibited from necromancy or from other technologies of knowing the future in advance? Is secular politics itself a form of attempting to fix the future through human agency? Certainly the synagogue and even the domestic rituals as preserved or reimagined in contemporary integrist or traditionalist Jewish communities incline more toward imaginative identification with figures, narratives, and texts from the past than they do toward collective action aimed at shaping the future. At the same time, it should be acknowledged that profound orientation toward tradition hardly seems to be an effective safeguard against attempts to shape the future in chauvinistic or at least defensive ways. Whether or not it is constructive to describe this as an experience of tradition becoming a tool of the ruling classes, a fate against which Benjamin warned, is something we can discuss. Now, it's true that for some traditionalist communities, that past orientation still provides resources for a powerful and even coercive collective identity not grounded in the particular technologies of exclusion arrogated to the ethnic nation state. And I have in mind now, if perhaps to a somewhat less intense degree than a few decades ago, the Hasidim of Williamsburg and their late leader, Rabbi Yoel Teitelbaum. Is this, as some might suggest, much more than the persistence of a reactionary stance toward a modern movement of Jewish collective self-liberation, Zionist or other? Should we conclude that Benjamin's closing invocation of the Jews and their various instructions as some kind of model for an ethical and politically efficacious stance toward the dilemmas of temporality is mostly aspirational? Are the theses on the philosophy of history too Jewish, not Jewish enough, or just right? Don't answer that question. It's a trap. In any case, I don't know. Even if I still maintain that precisely well-informed and self-confident collective identifications can afford humans the ability to be comfortable in proximity to and in viable interaction with others who do not share that collective identity. I do know that turning to the pre-modern authoritative texts of the rabbinic tradition has afforded me at least some comfort, some shelter from the storm, to quote another latter-day Jewish prophet. Though even or especially those closest to me might see my burial in those texts as little more than a form of escape, almost precisely the kind of nostalgic historicism that Benjamin famously decried. Yet I still see or sense some connection between that intensive tradition-like textual study and the kind of attentive, explicitly presentist opening toward the past that Benjamin identified with the Jews, and that he seems to perhaps to have considered a sine qua non for any possibility of our own redemption. This is all inadequate, I'm sure. How could any of us pretend to be adequate to this moment? We meet in between that day known as Purim, the classic example of the ritual narrative structure known as, they tried to kill us, they couldn't, let's eat, but also a potentially troubling story of collective punishment, and that day known as Passover, with its tightly interwoven foci on the memory of liberation and the expectation of liberation, that is, of past and present enslavement. In the midst of the storm that still blows, what? Do we still dare evoke liberation in the face of the limits I evoked so sternly just a few minutes ago? If so, it cannot only be for us, whoever we may be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. So much food for thought. We're now going to open to the Q&A. We have about 20 minutes or so. We have some have a question. Yeah, just for the sake of our guests at home, if you wouldn't mind switching there, and then we'll share it with the audience.
Thank you so much. I just want to start with a remark. I think it's quite wonderful that all three of us have managed to cite and evoke Gershom Scholem in this conference, and we can start thinking about what it means. I have a question for you, Asaf, because your talk was wonderful, and I felt there was an elephant in the room. You have discussed the relationship between Adorno and Scholem, and there is a correspondence and a forth and back, and one quotes the other, and likes or doesn't like, and so on and so forth. But then you have triangulated it with Jean Amery. And now this is the elephant in the room, because Jean Amery is not simply somebody who critiques Adorno, but to say it mildly, he hates him and writes about Adorno as if it would be kind of the opposite of an angel, and so on. And partially because of a sense of corporeal that is quite different. He basically says Adorno has, to put it very bluntly, no right to write about all of this because he didn't experience it.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I thought you were about to, when speaking about the elephant, I thought you were about to mention Benjamin, which I haven't actually. Yeah, yeah. There are many elephants, I think, in there. Yeah. So speaking about the Amery elephant, well, Amery hated him, but Adorno did not hate him, and I think that's the. I'm sorry. Amery hated Adorno, but Adorno did not hate Amery and Adorno. He probably died too early to hate him. He would probably have hated him back. But I think for the case of the philosophical argument that I was trying to make, I think Adorno was influenced by these ideas of how the experience of torture, how the bodily experience of extermination changed something very radical in the way we think. And the question is, of course, who is we? But the way humanity thinks. So in that sense, I don't know. Yeah, please.
I think I wanted to push it against something else, whether thought torture is something one can theorize about, or whether torture goes beyond it as being something corporeal that one can only either write about it if one experiences it, or reversely is unable to write about it, which is a lot of the psychoanalytical discourse on trauma. And I want to stop now because
I'll just try to answer that briefly in defense of Adorno. Again, he was influenced by that. I think he would agree to the fact that he cannot speak about it to the extent that Amery can because he hasn't experienced that. At the same time, I'm thinking about the dedication, the introduction to Minima Moralia, where he actually speaks about the fact that experiences of exile, of suffering, of being away from home, of losing kind of the sense of your own life, do not add any knowledge, any better understanding of the situation, but rather the other way around. So the experience that he has had do not make him a better person to explain it. And I think that may be what he would say about Amery. Amery can explain that to some extent as a personal experience. Can he make a philosophical point better than someone like Adorno? I don't know, but I think that's what he would say about it.
Any other questions? So I'm gonna hand the mic here to the audience. I'm gonna begin, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Yes, I'm Joel Whitebook from Columbia. In the light of Jonathan's opening remarks, I'm a little, somebody who shares a sense of quietism, if not defeatism, I'm a little reluctant to bring up philosophical points, although maybe like the man in the ghetto who recommended reciting a song, all we can do is talk about philosophy in times like this. So therefore I have a question for Asaf. You know, Adorno is, of course, a highly overdetermined thinker, and you can construe his philosophy in different directions. You want to construe him in the direction of religion and theology. I, on the other hand, am one of those persons who's not happy with what Sholem had to say, and I want to construe him in the direction of materialism, Marxism, and Freud. So to make the points I want to make, and to be Jewish, I'm going to have to get a little bit Talmudic and refer to some of the passages that you quote.
It's all right, Joe.
It's okay, thank you. I sometimes get criticized for it. Okay, so for example, the final quote from Negative Dialectics, he says, it's a form of thought that stands in solidarity with metaphysics. It's not metaphysics, it's another form of thought, namely negative dialectics. And I'm going to come back to what he means by that in a minute. Another quote, which you quoted, is again, the last quote of Minimum Moralia, where he talks about the standpoint of redemption. For years, I've tried to figure out what he means by redemption, and I haven't gotten very far. Until recently, I actually came across a passage where he says redemption would be nothing more than reconciliation with nature. And there's another quote, which I assumed you would quote, which you didn't, and which Peter Gordon quotes, namely in the letters where Adorno says, you know, at the boundaries of my materialism, it passes over into theology, which is something you can use to link them up with Sholem. So let me get to my more technical points. The program in negative dialectics is the critique of constitutive subjectivity, the critique of identity thinking. And to do that, he wants to criticize the identity thinking's the quote that you do pass it, the object does not go into the concept without a remainder, which means the task is to pursue the non-conceptual remainder through the concept. Now you have two quotes where you don't use the word the remainder, but the non-conceptual, which you equate with the absolute. And I think those are two very different things. But the other terms that you don't bring in, which do move Adorno more in the direction of materialism, are the preponderance of the object and the addendum. And he basically says that the critique of constitutive subjectivity is the preponderance of the object. So it's the preponderance of the object, both with regard to the external object and with regard to the individual, to the self. And that brings in the materialist and the Freudian dimension. And the way to overcome the constitutive subjectivity and the way to pursue the non-identical is through the anamnesis of nature and the subject. It has to do with the corporeal body in that sense. And well, I'll just stop there. My point should be obvious.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, many questions. I'll try to be brief in my response to them and maybe bring it down to three main points. One, I mean, maybe start with the middle one about theology. So the reason that I did not quote that, I mean, that exchange where Adorno speaks about theology is that Adorno doesn't really speak about theology. He says he would speak about his philosophy as if, so he would almost call it theology, but he's very explicit about that it's almost theology, but it's not. And that's, I mean, there are many debates about that I find very interesting. I do not think that there is a right to speak about Adorno's philosophy as a theology from his own perspective. He's very clear about that. There are comparisons, there are various similarities, but it's not a theology, which goes back to the question of metaphysics. And you're asking, I think it's a really important question. Why was I speaking about the absolute? The remainder is about as the absolute, and why speak about metaphysics? Adorno is not right? When he speaks about such thinking is in solidarity with metaphysics, that means that the thinking is not metaphysics. He is, though, both in his lectures on metaphysics and in negative dialectics, he's constructing a new form of metaphysics. And that was one of the points that I was trying to make. There is no one absolute concept of metaphysics, and his idea is to create, and I'm assuming that there would be some agreement on that, a materialist metaphysics. So not an abstract, not an absolute, but an idea, an understanding really of the relation between concepts and objects, which is, it's not a common understanding of metaphysics, but that's his definition. He really gives that as a definition of his unique explanation of metaphysics, which is Marxist. So it's not really common to talk about Marxist metaphysics, but that's what he's doing. And that's why I still think that it's important to really understand what he talks about when he talks about metaphysics, when he's trying to redeem metaphysics, or to protect metaphysics. And that's what Scholem appreciates. One last point about Scholem's, about the idea of materialism that I mean, you kind of criticize, and I like that critique, criticizing the way I try to construe Scholem as, to construe Adorno from Scholem's perspective, and why not focusing on that, and why not construing him as a materialist or Marxist and a Freudian. And what I was trying to do by comparing Adorno's thinking with Scholem's in the talk and elsewhere, is to also construe Scholem's thinking that impacted Adorno as more materialist, more Marxist than he would tend to admit. And I can't say more psychological, more Freudian, because he admitted that there are psychological and Freudian dimensions. He was a declared anti-Marxist, and I don't believe him. Yeah, in that sense too. Yeah, we don't, I mean, now we have the advantage of looking back in time and saying we don't need to accept that. Scholem had these materialist elements that I think correspond much better with Adorno's, maybe better than they correspond with Benjamin's. But that's, again, going back to the elephant. But thank you for the question.
I think for the sake of time, there aren't questions. We're gonna more questions. So we're gonna take 2 questions now and then. So
I have a question that is inspired by the phrase from negative dialectics that Asaf quoted, but I want to address it to everybody on the panel. The phrase, of course, is that to give a voice to suffering is, in a way, the precondition for truth. I'm getting it slightly wrong. Does it matter who's suffering? In other words, Adorno is writing negative dialectics still in the shadow of the Holocaust. The suffering is that which is epitomized by Auschwitz. We're now in a very different moment. The page has been turned. The suffering that is in, our faces is the suffering in Gaza. So the difficult question, I have no answer. It's a glib, it's possible to give a very glib answer, but I want to address this seriously. Does it matter who's suffering to the kind of truth that is provided by that giving a voice? And if we want to avoid concepts, is the concept of suffering itself too broad, and the specificity of who's suffering crucial to the truth that comes out? Now, there's no answer yet to this question, but I just want to see how people on the panel feel about that obviously very exigent question that we confront today.
That's a great question. So I wanted to bring kind of the 3 panelists together a little bit, but ask Asaf to respond. So obviously it seemed by the end of Jonathan's talk that the title of his talk is clearly sarcastic. And he said at one point that the question of the theses on the philosophy of history, it's too Jewish, it's not Jewish enough. Is it just right? Don't answer that question because it's a trap, right? And it seems to me that the title of your talk as well, Asaf, at least the term impossibility in your title, the impossibility of reading Adorno as a Jewish philosopher. I wanted to sort of push on that term itself and whether or not you'd agree with Jonathan that maybe the very question is a trap, because we heard, for example, in Liliane's paper that there are lots of reflections in Adorno on anti-Semitism. We know from Jack's work, there are reflections on Zionism and Israel. There are questions, obviously, on Auschwitz and the Holocaust. So while it may be the case that there aren't direct reflections on the question of God or Torah or ritual or sort of some of the ingredients of the canon of Jewish philosophy, in a way, that canon itself has become a trap. And it seems to me that that is almost the first move. And then the kind of work that you did in the course of the paper is simply the kind of work that needs to be done with figures like Adorno who rest on, let's say, on the margins as Jewish philosophers. So I just wanted you to comment on that.
I'm going to take the first crack at answering Marty's question, which is scary. I think ethically it doesn't matter at all who's suffering. Pragmatically, it always matters who's suffering and who's giving voice and who's being asked to give voice. And that is not an ethical flaw. That is an anthropological fact, because we don't engage with other humans as fellow generic humans. We always engage out of specific networks of filiation. And unfortunately, our species is not very good at calibrating and negotiating the balances between affect based on filiation and affect based on species consciousness. And that is the most general way in which I could describe the crisis of our species now.
I'm not an anthropologist, so I cannot answer in the same way, although I accept this. I think it would be horrible if we would decide on our thinking about suffering by putting identity marks on that. Human suffering is human suffering. I think what makes us so helpless is the context and the history. And here, I think we go together. You are talking about anthropology, I talk about the context and the history. That of a certain experience, we react to some suffering in a different way, maybe. But I think we would not be human if we would distinguish between suffering and suffering. I was told by Francesca and others when entering this building, I'm supposed to show my ID. I was very happy that nobody asked for my ID when I came in. I don't think if we learn about terrible things happening, we should ask people for the ID beforehand. We just have to deal with the situation.
Yeah, and I completely agree. Maybe a brief response to both comments. And I absolutely agree, Jonathan, to the comment about the impossibility. And maybe the impossibility is what makes it possible to read Adorno in that sense. So maybe a full disclosure, I made a small change, and I don't know if that was noticed, between the title of the talk, the impossibility, the necessity and impossibility of reading Adorno as a Jewish philosopher, and what I actually talked about. So a long time has passed since I gave the title, but the title was the necessity and impossibility of reading Adorno as a Jewish philosopher. And what I talked about was the necessity and impossibility of reading Adorno's philosophy as Jewish philosophy. And I think the commitment is not so much to Adorno. If you look at some of the things he said even to Sholem about Zionism and the political questions, he was just very uninformed. It was a different time context. Speaking about Zionism in 1967 is different from speaking about it today. But the question that does matter, and that's really the question of suffering and the question of the centrality or the place of suffering in Jewish philosophy. And I think if we see Adorno in that, again, not Adorno, but Adorno's philosophy, Adorno's writing in that context, it does emphasize the centrality of suffering, and not just of Jewish suffering, but of suffering, and maybe also of suffering caused by Jews, but that's a different question, or maybe it's not different. But I think that's what makes his philosophy relevant to these Jewish questions.
We have run of time, so I just want to thank you all. Thank you, the panelists. And please enjoy some coffee, tea, and cookies, and we'll convene again at 4 p.m.
And it's my great pleasure, honor, to chair this next panel. Thank you. I had not known the people except for Shayla, my dear friend Shayla, before this conference, but I was aware of their work. And to my left is Jonathan Judaken, who is the Goldstein Professor of Jewish History and Thought at Washington University in St. Louis. He's published more than 50 academic articles on the history of existentialism, anti-Semitism, racism, and post-Holocaust French Jewish thought. And his publications are listed in your program, but I want to just signal something that I read actually this morning that I found absolutely enlightening. Rethinking Anti-Semitism, a roundtable that you edited in American Historical Review. And if you go to that site, it's really, really interesting how complicated the word anti-Semitism is and what difference it makes if the word has a hyphen or not. I just found it a wonderful article, so thank you for that. And next to Jonathan is Lars Rensmann, a professor of political science and comparative government at the University of Passau in Germany. And he has been also in Groningen in the Netherlands and served as founding director of Research Center for the Study of Democratic Cultures and Politics. His work includes Global Politics After Arendt, which is not out yet, is that correct? And The Politics of Unreason, the Frankfurt School and the Origins of Modern Anti-Semitism, Arendt and Adorno, and also Authoritarianism and Democracy. So you see the span of capacities there is perfect for our conversation and for everything else that interests me. So I'm so pleased to have you here. And last, but certainly not least, my dear friend Shayla Ben Habib, whom I have known probably as long as my husband, I don't know. But we broke our teeth on Habermas way back when we were starting to study critical theory, and Shayla was much more loyal than I. But we have stayed in touch, and we have been Gesprächspartners that have, it's been important for my work, all of Shayla's writings, and she has been kind enough to read certain manuscripts of mine, helping me with publication, et cetera. So there's been a really very good mutual relationship, and she will be giving the commentary at the end of the two talks. So without further ado, I think we're set up for the first presentation by Jonathan Judaken.
So I want to thank the organizers, Jack and Martin and Francesca, and just say it's a real honor to be a part of this conference, to be among a group of scholars from whom I have learned so much over such a long period of time. I appreciated hearing you say that that you and Shayla broke your teeth on Habermas, because I remember working through my own honors thesis as an undergraduate, working through Habermas's philosophical discourse of modernity. And that is exactly the ways in which I would describe what my experience was like, maybe breaking my skull against it, not only my teeth. So, in the aftermath of the Hamas attacks on October 7th and the unfolding war in Gaza, now 6 months long, incidents of post-Holocaust Judeophobia and Islamophobia are at a generational peak. I'm going to be speaking primarily, however, about Judeophobia, which is, of course, the focus of the conference. The online drumbeat of conspiratorial myth-making about Jews has been mainstreamed. Global attacks on Jews are now a regular feature in the Jewish press. The most violent and deadly of these attacks have been by adherents of a religiously based authoritarianism, including Islamists like Hamas and other militant jihadis, as well as by white Christian nationalists animated by the Great Replacement theory evoked in the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017. Since this conference is made up of some of the world's leading scholars of the Frankfurt School's approach to critical theory, in my paper, I'm going to offer some of the theoretical insights laid out by critical theorists beyond the Frankfurt School, specifically Zygmunt Bauman, George Massa, and Simone de Beauvoir, who each help us to understand Judeophobia today. My triptych of choices may strike a discordant note for those who understand critical theory narrowly. In making my selection, I rely on how Amy Allen, in The End of Progress, Decolonizing the Normative Foundations of Critical Theory, discusses 3 different ways of understanding critical theory. First, the approach narrowly construed as the German tradition of interdisciplinary studies affiliated with the Institute for Social Research, also of course known as the Frankfurt School, and some of its US representatives like Shayla Ben-Habib and Martin Jay. Second, is critical theory more widely defined as any politically inflected form of cultural, social, or political theory that has critical, progressive, or emancipatory aims, including feminist, queer, race, and post and decolonial theory. And the third is the tradition in literary and cultural studies identified with French post-structuralism. In my book, Critical Theories of Antisemitism, I embrace the loose combination of these 3 strands to develop critical approaches to Judeophobia. The book opens with an introductory chapter that throws down a gauntlet. It's in fact, the original version was the AHR article that Susan was talking about, arguing that the field of anti-Semitism studies is mired in a set of methodological, conceptual, epistemological, political, and narrative dead ends because of the failure to embrace theory in ways cognate fields have done, not least critical race studies. The 7 chapters that make up the heart of the book focus respectively on Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, the Frankfurt School, Hannah Arendt, the sociological approaches of Talcott Parsons and Zygmunt Bauman, Jean-François Lyotard's postmodernism, and the work of 2 major historians, Leon Poliakov and George Massa, who are clearly not theorists, but what I do in those chapters is engage in a kind of archaeology of the theoretical underpinnings of their work. Each of these figures, I maintain, represent one of the paradigms that have provided the major explanatory frameworks for accounting for anti-Semitism, for its underlying causes. Existentialist, interactionist, socio-psychoanalytic, sociological, postmodern, and historical, over the longue durée in the case of Polyakov, and focused on modernity in Massa's work. In each case, I highlight how these paradigmatic critical theories of anti-Semitism understand Judeophobia as entangled with Islamophobia, xenophobia, and what Fanon called negrophobia. Thus, I hope to bring critical theorizing about anti-Semitism into dialogue with other critical race theories. In a concluding chapter, I then draw from some of these same theorists to assess contemporary Judeophobia today. This paper offers a slice from this broader canvas discussing how Bauman, Massa, and Beauvoir can contribute to our understanding of authoritarianism in the age of globalization. Zygmunt Bauman's late work is a good place to set the stage. He argued that our postmodern present is constituted by two opposing forces: the forces of globalization on the one hand, and quote, the sectarian fury of neo-tribal self-assertion, the resurgence of violence as the principal instrument of order building, the feverish search for home truths on the other hand. Bauman thus explains how acute threats to not only Jewish, but Muslim, Black, and immigrant lives stem from militant Islamic jihadism or its twin, white Christian nationalism. Each are the nightmare shadow of postmodern capitalism. Neo-tribalisms offer a self-fulfilling prophecy about the inherent incompatibility of cultures, or what Samuel Huntington famously called the clash of civilizations. Benjamin Barber nicely summarized what Bauman analyzes in the title of his book, Macworld versus Jihad. If integral nationalism and Christian populist authoritarianism are one face of the tribalism generated in response to Macworld, then the lethal forms of militant jihadi Judeophobia are another. In his later work, Bauman argued that the underlying causes of neo-tribalism are firstly economic: budget cuts, redundancies, mergers, outsourcing, offshoring, and regimes of austerity. This provides a widespread lack of security. Political instability, the radicalization of communal identities, and terrorism feed from these economic shifts, but also feed into them. The world is also rife with inequalities. In a world of extraordinary opulence for some, there is squalor, debasement, and ignominy for the vast majority. To account for this, Bauman replaces the Marxist idiom of the proletariat with an analysis of what he terms the emergent precariat. Donald Trump and other populist authoritarian leaders were birthed by the emergent precariat, Bauman avows. In the United States, for example, 2/3 of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Many worry about threats to their status, social standing, and eroding privileges. When we feel justifiably afraid, many focus their dread on what Fanon termed phobogenic objects. These, they believe, are the culprits, and they take defensive measures to protect themselves. This underpins the desire to build impenetrable walls and barbed wire camps to keep our threats at bay. Bauman is clear, however, in explaining that the grounds of any causal connection or even a correlation between phobogenic objects and the pain they cause is dubious. In fact, writes Bauman, quote, paradoxically, it is the actions we undertake to save us from the torments of fear that may well turn out to be the most prolific and steady source of those fears. This is what Derrida termed the autoimmunitary process in his reflections on the war on terrorism. In Strangers at the Door, penned in 2016 amid the migrant crisis, the debates about Brexit, and the election of Donald Trump, the proteophobia that Bauman had long identified with Judeophobia was ascendant, locking onto a range of targets. In our present moment, strangers are treated as dangers. They are the embodied beacons of the precarity of globalization. Strangers stoke our fear of the unknown, uncertain, and unpredictable. Our sense of any obligation or responsibility to strangers is annulled, Bauman maintains, through our bureaucratic, corporate, tribalist, individualized, and securitized sequestration. We are caught at present, suggests Bauman, in a moment of cognitive dissonance whose bumper sticker could read, "Thomas Hobbes is dead. Long live Thomas Hobbes." Hobbes is dead because government since the 1980s offers less and less protection and security. Indeed, we live in a state of insecurity. Privatization results in a world of homo lupins, a world of all against all that feels nasty, brutish, and short. But like the phoenix, Hobbes has risen again in the form of illiberal democracies led by strong men like Trump, Orban, and Netanyahu, and strong women like Marine Le Pen, who promise security and law and order. However, according to Bauman, rather than deliver this promised security, since they often intentionally spur the chaos they claim they will end, these leaders only promote what he terms securitization. Securitization proves to be an autoimmune process, producing a self-fulfilling prophecy the violence and terrorism it claims to protect against. Bauman explains that identifying the problems in our postmodern globalized world with strangers who can be defended against through building walls and ramping up national and personal security produces the problems it claims to fight. It does so in three ways. First, it inflames what Albert Memmi called heterophobia in all its variants, including xenophobia, Islamophobia, negrophobia, and Judeophobia. Second, it insists upon an unbridgeable gap between us and them, a conflict of civilizations between our culture and theirs, a form of cultural racism. Third, it's ultimately a machine of stigmatization and racial subordination, creating negative and hostile beliefs and actions against outsider groups, shaming and disparaging them, the outcome of which is the social alienation of those groups. The impact of stigmatization and racial subordination is to wound the ostracized community through humiliation and contempt. Since the stranger knows the stigma is undeserved, the result can be the reinforcement of tribalism, a desire for vengeance, and ultimately counter-violence. Instead, counsels Bauman, we need to foster social investment and social inclusion. We need to build bridges, not walls. We do not need strong men, but strong people. We need the emergent precariat to understand that the cause of their downward mobility is not the empowering of undeserving people of power led by Jewish puppet masters, as Great Replacement theory would have it. Rather, the cause of their malaise, in the words of Joseph Schwartz, are, quote, the corporate elites responsible for the devastation of working class communities. Like Habermas, Bauman also enjoins that we need to pierce our echo chambers through the creation of frameworks for less distorted communication. Lastly, rather than individual solutions to global problems, we have to build frameworks for a new global politics. In short, Bauman helps us to understand the underlying causes of post-Holocaust Judeophobia by drawing our attention to the ripple effects of postmodern global capitalism as the prime generator of neo-tribalisms. Influenced by the Frankfurt School, George Massa's work, in turn, is instructive in amplifying our understanding of one side of this, populist authoritarianism. Massa believed that fascism belonged to the specific historical juncture between World War I and World War II. But since his approach offers a cultural interpretation of fascism, rather than a narrower political or socioeconomic analysis, he can help us to understand the authoritarian populism of our present. Massa emphasizes how the fascist synthesis was built upon what he calls heightened nationalism. Heightened nationalism, Massa warns, heightened nationalism, he says, was the basic force that made fascism possible in the first place. And it not only remains, but is growing in strength. Those ideals of mass politics upon which fascism built its political style are very much alive, for ours is a visual age to which the new politics of fascism were so well attuned. What is useful about Massa's approach to fascism for understanding the thrall of authoritarian populism at present is that it was guided by the central question of how fascism drew upon what Massa called the nationalization of the masses, not through propaganda and terror, but through mass mobilization. Massa concurred with Jacob Tallman that mass politics started with the French Revolution. But contra Tallman, he emphasized that it did not so much inaugurate totalitarian democracy as it transformed politics into a civic religion. The French Revolution consequently created a new political style that is resonant with illiberal democracies. The revolution remade politics through increasing the use of slogans, symbols, narratives, and rituals that form the core of what Massa terms heightened nationalism. Party platforms and policy positions are less important to populists than what he calls an attitude towards life. This ethos is shaped by, quote, a largely mythical past and through easily understood symbols which could serve as rallying points. These include forging or foregrounding myths of origin and a collective memory that inculcates a sense of national mission and its regenerative power. This is enhanced through rituals that feature the national flag, national monuments, or national anthems that became rallying cries for a sense of national solidarity and greatness. Heightened nationalism embraces the creation of a new liturgy through ceremonies that enable the masses to feel included in politics and imbued with belonging to a sense of community that resonates with their sensibilities. Today, this is forged virtually in imagined communities on television, talk radio, and on social media, as much as in mass rallies. The liturgical element requires, quote, the endless repetition of slogans, choruses, and symbols that annex religious passion in the name of civic virtues. Massa emphasizes that religious revival, the upswing in pietism and evangelism, was important to this process since, quote, traditional religious enthusiasm was transferred to civic rights. The myths and symbols of nationalism were superimposed upon those of Christianity, he writes. And we could say equally Judaism. or Islam. The religious base of heightened nationalism remains a feature of right-wing Christian populism. In analysis akin to Lowenthal and Guterman's Prophets of Deceit, Massa explains how the role of a strong leader, a living symbol of the ideals of the nationalists, also remains a key to authoritarian populisms. Built upon a notion of popular sovereignty, the leader expresses the general will of those he represents, who worship an idealized and exclusionary conception of the people. The leader is an avatar who voices the resentments and outrage of the masses in ways that cross class lines. These are directed at the enemies of the people in accord with Carl Schmitt's bifurcation of friends and foes. Not only is the national mystique defined in stereotypes, but so are the outsiders to the nation. These stereotypes ground a sense of, quote, immutability and certainty in a world of rapid change to help get one's bearing and to prove one's superiority. As Bauman explained, the outcasts are a rolling list of targets: Muslims, immigrants, liberals and socialists, and Jews. The third set of insights come from Simone de Beauvoir. In my chapter on existentialist approaches, I highlight how, in The Ethics of Ambiguity, Beauvoir would elaborate on Sartre's existentialist analysis of anti-Jewish racism in Anti-Semite and Jew. To my knowledge, her second chapter on personal freedom and others has never been considered in this way, but in it, she explored 4 different anti-Semitic personalities that expand Sartre's portrait of the anti-Semite, nuancing his analysis. Conceptualizing these types, she itemized the psychology of what she called submen, serious men, nihilistic men, and adventurous men. In each case, Beauvoir names not only concrete examples of anti-Semites and fascists, but also anti-Black racists, colonialists, and misogynists. Her analysis is consequently broader and more abstract than Sartre's more focused assessment of the anti-Semite and Jew, helping to illuminate the multi-directional tendency at work in their theorizing of anti-Semitism, leading to what I term the multi-directional anti-racism that I developed through a reading of Sartre's writing about colonial and post-colonial racism. In discussing submen, Beauvoir specifically evokes Hermann Göring, for example. Her term for this type turns the tables on the likes of Göring, for she argues that submen are those that deny that human beings are freedom. She elaborates, quote, in lynchings, in pogroms, in all the great bloody movements organized by the fanaticism of seriousness and passion, those who do the actual dirty work are recruited from among the submen. Submen treat other humans as objects. They engage in what Aimé Césaire in Discourse on Colonialism termed the thingification of others. If submen are those who deny the freedom of others, then the serious men are those who deny their own freedom. Beauvoir suggests that the serious men accounted for a significant amount of the support for Nazism. Today, the serious men take the form of Trump's MAGA Nation, the Israeli hard right of Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, or the militant jihadis who support ISIS and Hamas. Beauvoir's conception of serious men named the army of supporters who galvanize behind authoritarian populists. Serious men submerge their identity through any form of determinism, whether religious absolutes, social Darwinism, essentialist nationalism, or any metaphysical, cultural, or biological racism that denies that existence precedes essence. As Beauvoir described it, this can take the form of not questioning social conventions and thereby turning oneself into nothing but the murmurer of rumors and conspiracism. Quote, "The serious man gets rid of his freedom by claiming to subordinate it to values which would be unconditioned. Shielded with rights, he fulfills himself as a being who is escaping from the stress of existence," Beauvoir writes. "The serious man is infantile," she continues, "for like a child, he believes that values are absolute and identities are predefined and prescripted. The serious man is also a mythomaniac who denies individual freedom through the deification of the leader and his mythic narratives. This, of course, can take the form of the self-mythologization of the leader or the group, including using the propaganda mechanisms of the state or the movement. The serious man puts nothing into question and not only denies his own freedom, but like the subman, also, quote, ignores the values of the subjectivity and the freedom of others." A third kind of anti-Semite in Beauvoir's set of portraits is the nihilistic man. Her representative of the type is Dreux La Rochelle, drawing her analysis explicitly from the article on Dreux that Sartre had published in the Underground Press in 1943. Dreux was an intellectual supporter of Jacques Doriot's fascist Parti Populaire Français, the most right-wing pro-Nazi party in France, whose blue shirts directly aided in the mass roundup of Jews. Collaborationists like Dreux, Sartre had argued in his Underground article, and later in Qu'est-ce qu'un collaborateur, flee their own freedom. They hate themselves for it. They thus want to transform society into an ironclad hierarchy of rules and norms, draped in flags and decorated with the symbols of militarism. Ultimately, they want to annihilate the humanity in people, the principle of liberty itself. Their inhumanity, which is the product of their fear of the human condition, is what leads to their anti-Semitism. Beauvoir also portrays a fourth type of anti-Semite, the adventurer, who likes action for its own sake. The bad faith of the adventurer is that they, quote, pursue a freedom which remains indifferent to its content. The content of freedom, for both Sartre and Beauvoir, is action that leads to liberation, not only of the self, but of all others. This entails that every action must also respect, quote, this end through the means that are used to attain it. Freedom's end is the freedom of all, and it can only be achieved through acknowledging the freedom of both self and other. The anti-Semitism of the adventurer can take the form of the pursuit of fortune or glory, which Beauvoir suggests was at the heart of the collaborationists of 41. The adventurer, quote, cared only for their pleasure or their glory, she writes. The root cause of the adventurer's bad faith is narcissism, egoism, and self-satisfaction that denies the freedom of others. The adventurer's fault, Beauvoir continues, quote, is believing that one can do something for oneself without others and even against them. There is thus a dialectical necessity, Beauvoir avers, which leads the adventurer to becoming a tyrant or hangman at the worst, or feckless towards regimes that, quote, defend the privilege of a class or a party, and more particularly, authoritarian regimes and fascism. My chapter on existentialism thus shows that between Beauvoir and Sartre, we end up with the portraits of diverse types of anti-Semites and racists, each variations on the theme that anti-Semitism is a fear of the human condition, providing us with an insightful phenomenological description of the anti-Semitic personality. Between Beauvoir, Massa, and Bauman, then, we are presented with a series of diagnostic axioms that helps us to discern the mechanisms that create populist authoritarian movements. Beauvoir and Bauman also offer a set of ethical and political postulates that would redress the cascading wave of hate-based politics crashing across the planet. Lastly, they do so while shifting our perspective on anti-Semitism from what I term in the book exceptionalist or uniqueness narratives towards a multi-directional anti-racism. This is the key to the struggle against anti-Semitism today, because it speaks to the anti-racist framework that underpins the global anti-racist struggle, discerning how the targeting of Jews is central in that fight. Thank you.
No, no, it's fine.
So I also want to first thank Jack and Martin and Francesca for really putting this wonderful conference together in New York, and for being here and sharing some of my thoughts and insights. And I wrote this paper specifically actually for this meeting. It will turn into a publication, but so I will, you have to excuse me that I will have to skip over some sections as the paper itself is longer. I hope I will not lose nuance doing so. While one should be skeptical about the unmediated historical transfer of theories and their application as an interpretive lens under transformed societal conditions, I question in how far, or I would raise or claim that Adorno's concepts are not simply concepts that are belonging to the past. Rather, certain historical constellations, such as the current authoritarianization wave we're witnessing here on the globe today, may give new relevance to, or at least reason to reflect on, concepts and theories once deemed outdated. This may hold especially true for the rise of authoritarianism, anti-Semitism, and fascist politics aptly analyzed by the Frankfurt School almost a century ago. So my paper really aims at opening the debate on the role and the limits of traveling the Frankfurt School's empirical analysis and theorizing of anti-Semitism to our current age. So we witness an authoritarian turn and the rise of post-factual anti-Semitic conspiracy thinking in the midst of our constitutional democracies and far beyond that, in a period that may be characterized, and I try to characterize, I've kind of revised my title here, because it's not just about anti-Semitism today, but it's actually more specifically about anti-Semitism in a new age, what I call a new age of irrationalism. It appears to be a timely endeavor, at least, to reassess critical theory's reflections on the nature and origins of current threats associated with the new politics of unreason, or a rule of unreason, as Rainer Forst has called it. In the paper specifically, I situate the Frankfurt School's analysis of anti-Semitism from almost a decade ago in the context of some paradigmatic changes in the theory and practice of critical theory. Most prominently, this includes what I call the broadened historical materialism. Then I spent a good deal of sketching out some key, in my view, particularly noteworthy and relevant arguments on the nature and origins of modern anti-Semitism put forth by the Frankfurt Schools. Their insights, I argue, point to both generalizable and specific features to the authoritarian origins and the projective nature of anti-Semitism as the big lie about the Jews, and its distinct matrix as a paranoid conspiracy fantasy sui generis. Not trafficking in economic goods, but offering the pleasure to hate in the name of morality, and the collective anti-Semitism handily explains the contradictions of modernity, and in that sense, it's a specific function of anti-Semitism, I argue, and its crises by personifying them as machinations of Jews, stereotypically representing money and intellect, while liberating fears and violent urges against them. It constitutes a sense of moral superiority, a dynamic idealism, while unleashing violent urges. That's already a little of a footnote to your brilliant contribution. I don't think actually in the populist sense, for example, in the Trump case, it's really about law and order. It's much more about the urge to destroy. Trump doesn't offer, he offers retribution, as he says. He doesn't offer law specifically. He offers the destruction of law. But that will be something to be discussed. Third, I discussed in the paper the relationship between critical theories, explanations for authoritarian rebellions, as I framed them, and anti-Semitic conspiracy myths and changing conditions in the 21st century, featuring a digitally transformed public sphere driven by hyper-reification and newly accelerated crisis of democracy and modernity. I also look at some cases then, particularly at the Trump case. I will not have the time to really elaborate on these cases much in the time span here. And lastly, I argue for the need of a cosmopolitan critical theorizing that remains faithful to the Frankfurt School's theoretical intentions and determinate critique. The latter, I argue, takes the current politics of unreason and the appeal of self-destruction of the critical mind seriously without falling victim to doomsaying. So what I argue in the first section is then that the Frankfurt School's analysis of anti-Semitism evolved in particular circumstances. In the 1940s, it was caused and shaped, we know that, we've heard that earlier this afternoon, by the particular context and conditions of an age of irrationalism, or the self-destruction of reason, or the eclipse of reason, as Max Horkheimer has called it aptly, and mass atrocities. And I argued also in my book, Politics of Unreason, that this changed some core paradigms, concepts, and presuppositions of the Frankfurt School. Max Horkheimer once said in 1941, we can understand society today only correctly by understanding it through anti-Semitism. Theorizing on anti-Semitism as much as a theory of society now would have to take the collapse of reason and modern civilization into account, which had already taken place in the concentration and death camps. Understanding anti-Semitism and the persecutory social paranoia at its core thus became central for the reconfiguration of critical theory in the horizon of a broadened historical materialism that breaks with the a more narrow exploitation paradigm of certain strands of Marxism, and presents us with a double moment that is characteristic for both critical theories, empirical work of the 1940s and their theorizing, particularly featured in the elements of anti-Semitism. The double moment then is to, on the one hand, seeing the particularity of anti-Semitism, as they have called it, as the central injustice of our time, yet simultaneously and decidedly also expand the cosmopolitan critique of social domination, exclusion, and violence, the tendency within modern society which turned into the persecution of a minority in anti-Semitic and racist politics of unreason. So the goal here is at the same time particular and universal, and means a rethinking of the relationship between the particular and the universal without reifying either. And this shines through both critical theory's analysis and its normative underpinnings, which are newly grounded in opposition to both false universals and cultural relativism. When we look at key elements of the Frankfurt School's work, then secondly, of modern anti-Semitism, of course, there's a rich literature on there, and many, Jonathan and many others here in the room have written and published about this. So I'm not going to reiterate everything, but a main point I do want to make is that there is the aforementioned double moment that is characteristic for the critical theory of anti-Semitism as developed by the Frankfurt School. The double moment of specificity and universality is at the heart, I argue, of critical theory's understanding of anti-Semitism, which points to generalizable as well as historically particular features, functions, and origins of modern Judeophobia. So on the one hand, anti-Semitism is viewed as a set of interchangeable resentments, which ultimately could be directed at any group or minority. This is due to anti-Semitism's entirely projective character. Anti-Semitism has ultimately nothing to do with actual features of the Jewish minority, but blindly projects the interior of the anti-Semite to the external world. Similar to Jean-Paul Sartre's notion, published in the same year, 1944, Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno write that, quote, in the image of the Jew, which the racial nationalists hold up before the world, they express their own essence, end of quote. According to Horkheimer and Adorno, all thinking is projection. But anti-Semitism points to the complete lack of reflection and introspection on the side of the projecting subject. Quote, the pathic element in anti-Semitism is not projective behavior as such, but the exclusion of reflection from that behavior. It loses reflection in both directions, as it no longer reflects the object, it no longer reflects on itself, and thereby loses the ability to differentiate. Instead of the voice of conscience, it hears voices. Instead of inwardly examining itself in order to draw up a protocol of its own lust for power, it attributes to others the protocols of the elders of Zion. So the psychosocial mechanism of blind projection without reflection constitutes a key element of critical theory's understanding of anti-Semitism. It also points beyond anti-Semitism as a specific ideology with distinct characteristics, as, quote, there is no authentic anti-Semitism. This generalizable mechanism helps explain various forms of collective resentments, discrimination, which can also be found in other forms of colonial racism, stereotyping of ethnic minorities, or other denigrations of non-ethnic or religious groups that may become subjected to collective discrimination and hatred. In principle, the critical theorists suggest authoritarian rage has nothing to do with the objects against which it unleashes its aggression or retribution. It can be aimed against Jews, but also against any other minority on which inner fantasies, fears, and desires can be projected, and which is unprotected, powerless, vulnerable, and become easy targets of humiliation and violence. Insofar as anti-Semitism and racism and other resentments are entirely projective, quote, depending on the constellations, the victims are interchangeable, end of quote. On the other hand, however, the critical theorists identify several distinct historical features that are part and parcel of the specific projective matrix of anti-Semitism. Unlike racism or the discrimination against other minorities, the particular historical matrix of anti-Semitism functions as the conspiracy fantasy sui generis, transmitted and culturally reproduced in various configurations since ancient times. You may also call it the fake news or disinformation sui generis since antiquity. In the modern world, anti-Semitism as the rumor and the big lie about the Jews, Pace Adorno, became a ubiquitous, all-encompassing global conspiracy myth. This finds no equivalent in any other set of resentments until today. The image of a global Jewish conspiracy of a world that is manipulated by Jews to secretly control it or aspire to do so by illegitimate means offers the anti-Semite, quote, pseudo-orientation in an estranged world, and at the same time devices for mastering this world by being able completely to pigeonhole its negative aspects, end of quote, Adorno from 1950. Until this day, no other minority has been time and again the world over identified with such a global conspiracy. Instead, fantasies about hidden conspiracies almost always end up with a fantastic object of a Jewish conspiracy. Even the most influential contemporary radical rights racist myth, Jonathan mentioned it, the Great Replacement myth scheme, allegedly designed to replace autochthonous white American and European populations by especially Muslim immigrants, construes the Jews, George Soros and other Jewish globalists, as the string-pulling cabal behind this imagined conspiracy, the fantasy of which has global appeal. According to the Frankfurt scholars, there are some objective historical reasons that have contributed to the fact that specifically the Jews have been identified with and come to personify abstract, hidden, impersonal power of capitalism, driving economic exchange and inequality, and seemingly move the modern world. Anti-Semitic propaganda could use and distort the fact that Jews were long forced into the sphere of circulation as they were banned from ownership of land, real estate, and factories. Anti-Semitism, that's a longer theoretical argument, I also cannot go into full detail here, identifies Jews with the injustices produced by modern capitalism, but it does not stop there. It also views them as omnipresent actors pulling the strings behind every aspect of modern life, including intellectual freedom and modernity's still unfilled promises of universal happiness. The hatred of money and mind, universalist capitalist exchange, and universal intellectual enlightenment, personified in the image of Jews, are the hallmarks of modernity, receiving the scorn of the hardened particularists. According to critical theory and the anti-Semitic worldview that has emerged in modern times, Jews and only Jews thus personify and embody modern society in all its heterogeneous aspect, and especially what is rejected about modernity, capitalism's inequalities and injustices, but also generally the whole range of abstractions associated with modernity, including money, intellect, equality before the law, democracy, or individual rights. Hence, Jews are not just construed as inferior, weak, or low, that too. They are not just placed below, but rather at the same time also construed as enemies above and behind the contradictions of the contemporary social order and the conflicts, wars, and injustices it produces or seems to produce. In so doing, anti-Semitism offers a unique, comprehensive, anti-modern, modern world explanation, a universal conspiracy myth and social paranoia personifying all psychological and social malaise in the anti-Semitic of the Jews. As Horkheimer and Adorno have described it, they appear uniquely as, quote, both backward and too advanced, like and unlike, shrewd and stupid. In terms of social theory, then, there's an intimate affinity between a presumed increasingly dense totality of objectified relations to political paranoia and anti-Semitism. The latter can also be understood as the modern product and fetishized critique of modern capitalism and modernity as a whole. Most strikingly, they also point to other similarities and differences between racism and anti-Semitism. Horkheimer and Adorno claim that, quote, the blacks must be kept in their place, but the Jews are to be wiped off from the face of the earth, and the call to exterminate them like vermin finds an echo among the prospective fascists of all countries, end of quote. Most strikingly, and they add, for the fascists, the Frankfurt scholars state, the Jews are not a minority, quote, but the anti-race, the negative principle as such, on their extermination, the world's happiness depends, end of quote. Most strikingly, critical theory points out that anti-Semitism is not trafficking in promises for economic goods. Rather, it offers the pleasure to hate. It offers the pleasure to destroy. It offers ultimately the end of law, even though there's a facade of law and order, but the facade is not really what it offers, as it doesn't offer economic goods. Immune to the charge of inadequate profitability, Horkheimer and Adorno write, for the common people, it is a luxury. Instead of economic gains, Judeophobia is particularly appealing because exercising anti-Semitism, verbal or physical, rationalizes the unleashing of destructive urges which the wrong order spontaneously produce, quote Horkheimer and Adorno, but which are otherwise banned. These liberated urges include pathic projections, quote, the popular nationalist fantasies of Jewish crimes, of infanticide and sadistic excesses, of racial poisoning and international conspiracy precisely define the anti-Semitic dream and fall short of its realization, end of quote. Yet this happens cloaked in morality. Anti-Semitism grants a feeling of moral superiority while practicing destruction and hatred. It is, as Horkheimer and Adorno call it, a dynamic idealism. Now, I need to move forward to make my argument to the third element of my paper, and that is in how far we need to rethink some of their insight and descriptions about objectified, collective, approved forms of delusions and regression that anti-Semitism offers to the present day. It is important to note when we think about anti-Semitism ideology that there's nothing historically inevitable about this. And for the critical theorists, they do not see that ultimately there is an automatic relationship between the cultural resilience of anti-Semitism as part of the history of modern civilization and a rise of Judeophobia. There's no historical determinism involved. It needs ultimately actors and conditions to reignite anti-Semitic potential. In the current context then, while it is important to understand the multifaceted social origins, changing conditions and reconfigurations of authoritarianism and anti-Semitism, several developments and ruptures are reminiscent of the conditions that contributed to the breakdown of social and political orders in the 1930s and 40s. The instability of democratic institutions, values, and support, the rise of authoritarian movements and radical ideologies, a significant transformation of the public sphere in an age of new radio and modern mass media at the time, and enormous societal transformations, socioeconomic crises. So when we look at the present context, critical theorists understood the profound and lasting power of both authoritarianism and anti-Semitism as social undercurrents that could always be reignited under certain circumstances and in particular constellations. In their view, the dialectics of progression and regression of potential authoritarian rebellions could be suspended for some time, but the conditions for these dialectics would persist as long as a social order persists that largely functions under imperatives of social domination and the blind economic principles of abstract exchange. Hence, the newer age of irrationalism, in the making of which the global rise of anti-Semitism is part, is not just a historical accident, but points to structural conditions and problems potentially enabling an authoritarian, racist, and anti-Semitic backlash, a dialectic of destruction and self-destruction. Second, under conditions of global capitalism, problems of economic inequality and injustice have enormously grown in recent decades, and the economic imperatives and related forms of permanent social pressure have seeped into all spheres of human interaction, and this on a global level. The thin rationality of neoliberal global capitalism, totalizing imperatives of efficiency and economic value, always carried open irrationalism along with it. The totalization of instrumental economic reasoning that the critical theorists have criticized has served as a perfect breeding ground for authoritarian politics of unreason that offer to make sense of the social malaise by pointing to minorities or globalist Jewish conspiracies. Adorno's diagnosis of a social totality, I would argue, was rather premature. But today we find an omnipresent economization of every aspect of social life and now of digital communication. This leads me third to the point, to the role of mass communication as mass deception. Even though the conditions of mass communication have significantly changed in the digital age, once again, rather than being simply outdated, parts of the Frankfurt scholars' analysis seems rather premature at the time of their writing, but may have exceeded their expectations today. I argue that the age of social media dominating the world public is an age of hyper-reification, not just reification, where every small individual impulse, view, or reaction, likes and dislikes, is registered, counted, measured, objectified, and economically valued. Manichaean campism, hate speech, and other transgressions are especially positively sanctioned by social media corporations. The omnipresent visualized stereotypes disseminated on social media feed into ticket and identity thinking in a resentful ticket, all too easily and blindly accepted, absorbed, and reproduced. The new media world has provided the ideal conditions for the global rise also of conspiracy myths and anti-Semitism. Brings me to my fourth section, which I will just briefly summarize, that authoritarian politics of unreason, which the Frankfurt School scholars sought to decipher with regard to the societal origins, ideological manifestations, and demagogic political forms, enjoy a massive comeback, and the instances of that are abundant. In line with the Frankfurt School's analysis or diagnosis, the threat of re-emerging authoritarian politics of unreason are neither a problem limited to particular nation states nor to autocratic political systems. Rather, they point to globalized conditions and crises of political modernity. They are also neither limited just to the authoritarian right or to a particular social strata. We can go through this analysis and see how much validity there is and insights they actually offer when we look at Donald J. Trump and the Republican Trumpist campaign just of this day and age, the campaigns to allegedly save America and restore law and order, which I already mentioned before, in the end, rather campaigns that liberate the urge to destroy and offer retribution. The actual advantage enjoyed by the racialist comrade is that his rage will be sanctioned by the collective, right, Horkheimer and Adorno, in the dialectic of enlightenment. So it is about going after traitors, conspirators, enemies of the people, globalists or minorities, and a lot of the propaganda we see here really reasserts the propaganda of the Nazis at the time, from the lying press about to the poisoning of the blood, to using the enemies of the people or the slogans about vermin, minorities as vermin. But also outspoken anti-Semitic myths about the Rothschilds, QAnon, images reproducing century-old anti-Jewish blood libel, and so forth, let alone from hosting anti-Semites like Kanye West and the white supremacist Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. However, as said, authoritarianism, disinformation, conspiracy fantasies, and anti-Semitism are not limited to the rising powerful authoritarian nationalist right, but they're actually mirrored in some of the campist logic also on the left. In fact, the demise of reason on the right as an increasingly dominant political force is often not answered by intellectual critique, but by matching and mirroring irrationalism, including the eagerness to believe conspiracy myths and post-factual narratives, seemingly suited one's tribal camp, or the glorification of brute force, sadistic violence by anti-colonial fighters against their perceived enemies. I think I have 26 minutes now. No? 45, so it's 26 minutes? No? Yeah. 20 minutes, so a little, yeah, so I do think I have a few minutes more. So the authoritarian turn that I see features the eruption of unbound irrationalism, conspiracist and ticket thinking, and the outright rejection of universalistic values and democratic constitutions, granting rights to individuals, minorities, refugees, LGBTQIA+ denizens. This authoritarian turn, to be sure, is not particular or limited to democracies or Western countries or the radical right, but happens on a global scale and resonates across the political spectrum. And I go to through other examples where this binary thinking is nurtured also in recent propaganda that devaluates and dehumanize groups, including generally speaking, the Zionists that Horkheimer and Adorno describe as using animal rhetoric of swine or dogs. These trends do not pop out of nowhere. A culture of disinformation nurtured by new corporate media ecosystems, the widespread downplaying or outright glorification of authoritarian, human rights violating regimes and movements, Manichaean binary worldviews essentializing and idealizing some peoples who are contrasted to, by means of hate speech, other groups of people who are collectively demonized as evil or disease, as well as thinly camouflaged or overt conspiracy thinking and anti-Semitism, have seeped over the years into the political discourse on the right, but also partly on the left, alongside the tendency to replace reason with spirituality. The scope of which anti-modern, anti-universalistic, anti-humanitarian fantasies of unrestrained violence and thinly camouflaged or open anti-Semitism and racism have recently re-entered the public sphere, and in recent years received open doors also in academic discourses is truly disturbing. In defense of cosmopolitanism and critical thinking, I will conclude so we have time for commentary and discussion. There are many reasons to worry as a new age of authoritarian irrationalism, which the critical theorists faced in the 1940s, is no longer just lurking behind the horizon as a potentiality to be feared. Instead, we have already entered a time period paving the way for what Max Horkheimer aptly called the eclipse of reason. Rather than being outdated, I argue, the Frankfurt School critical theory appears more relevant in the 21st century than it was at the end of the 20th, when a major global democratization was still in full swing. This applies to many aspects of critical theory, social and political thought, but especially to the critical understanding and theorizing of authoritarianism and anti-Semitism, notwithstanding reconfigurations and distinct modernizations of both. Authoritarians from all political camps have always said farewell to a shared world by denying empirical and moral complexity and factuality, the precondition of what Hannah Arendt calls worldliness, and replaced it with closed ideology, big lies, and a topological system, to quote Adorno, which a priori prejudges everything without reflection and divides the world in good peoples and their enemies, who seem no longer be entitled to claim shared humanity. History does not simply repeat itself, to be sure, even though patterns of domination and even social regressions do recur. Think of the susceptibility of anti-Semitism or the patterns of authoritarian agitation once analyzed by the Frankfurt School, which are now once again seemingly omnipresent on social media. Yet nothing is more deeply mythological than granting the authoritarian, anti-Semitic, and generally profoundly irrational trends of our time the aura of inevitability. Once more, contrary to common misperception, it is not the critical theorist's profession to serve as a doomsayer. There's no inevitable apocalypse waiting for us. In fact, it is the authoritarian revolt against democracy that insists that the apocalypse is near and that the end of humanity could only be prevented by authoritarian violence. There is a remarkable ideological closing of the critical mind that we see, wrapped in closed Manichaean ideological matrices and binary thinking. Leftists and rightists are either eager to believe lies and conspiracies about absolute evil enemies to be legitimately subjected to brute force. Not the least, it will depend on the interventions by critical intellectuals, voices in civil society, and democratic agents if global society can be safe from the feverish frenzy and the big lies, supported by resiliently favorable societal conditions and the digital transformation of the public sphere that currently flourish and point to a new abyss, threatening the future of democracy and human rights and the very conditions of critical thought and speech. Thank you.
My comments will certainly be brief. You'll be happy to know. Thank you to the organizers. When they invited me several months ago, I said I didn't think I could produce a full paper at this point in time. I'm working on a book which is still not finished, a predicament that many of you I'm sure here understand. So I'm going to do a close reading of my colleague's text in Germanic fashion. And then I'm going to try to open the discussion towards some issues that have not been raised. So in reflecting upon these papers, I recall the following. In 1931, upon assuming a position in the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Frankfurt, Theodor Adorno held a lecture with the title The Actuality of Philosophy,
translated by a certain Benjamin Snow, alias Susan Buck-Morss, in Telos magazine. This essay is remote from our concerns here, but a certain theme of Adorno's kept occurring to me as I reflected on our topic for this colloquium in general, and in particular for the two papers to which I will be responding. Adorno sees a flaw in the philosophical concepts of his time, which he likens to keys that are intended to open a lock. The keys are either too big and cannot even enter the lock, or they are so small that they rattle around. In either case, the door is not opened. Explanations and theories of anti-Semitism seem to me to be caught in a similar dilemma. Either the theories are so general that from the birth of human logos with the Greeks down to modernity and enlightenment and to our own days, one sees eternal anti-Semitism raising its head, or one tries to localize and situate anti-Semitism in the context of the sphere of circulation, late capitalism, hypermodernity, the rise of the authoritarian personality, and the like. Now, I don't have an alternative theory of anti-Semitism, but I do think that we should be aware of this back and forth between the general and the particular and the universal and the contextual that we do in trying to explain anti-Semitism. But there is one distinction which I did not hear made in these papers, and that's between anti-Semitism and anti-Judaism, and I want to bring this out in the discussion. So let me begin with Jonathan's paper. Now, Jonathan would like to move the analysis of contemporary anti-Semitism embodied in the resurgence of white Christian nationalism, the Great Replacement theory, by the way, invented by a French Jew to talk about Muslims in the first place, but then it migrates on over the ocean to us and is transmogrified. QAnon type conspiracy thinking, etc. And Jonathan wants to situate this beyond the framework of the Frankfurt School by including, quote, any politically inflected form of cultural, social, or political theory that has critical, progressive, or emancipatory aim. So I want to say that Jonathan wants his key to fit the lock to be as big as possible, as comprehensive as possible. He generalizes from the experiences of anti-Semitism and considers the theories of Zygmunt Bauman, George Mossy, and Simone de Beauvoir. Now, I want to say a few words about Bauman and Mossy. Bauman is a thinker that I like a lot as well. But there is some generalizations there that are not quite getting us at the issue at hand. Bauman situates anti-Semitism in the context of the opposing forces of postmodern neoliberal globalization and the emergence of tribalism and sectarianism, or what he calls, quote, the feverish search for home truths. Jonathan here recalls Benjamin Barber's words, jihad versus muck-world. But what's interesting in the jihad versus muck-world dichotomy is that jihad is just as technologically wired and modernist as muck-world. So we have to think about the critique of instrumental reason here too. So instead of the proletariat, Bauman writes of the precariat, which is a concept that is very commonly used, the insecurity of jobs, of space-time coordinates, not only for jobs lost to AI, but also for the condition of global migrants and refugees whose space-time coordinates are constantly changing. Strangers are perceived as dangerous and are made into objects of phobia. Jonathan notes that this framework is not just useful for thinking about anti-Semitism, but also for xenophobia in general, including Islamophobia, negrophobia, anti-immigrant, and anti-refugee movements. Again, the key is too large. I'm not fond of commas. I want to analyze the contradictions also Islamophobia, Negrophobia, anti-immigrant and anti-refugee movements. Yeah. Okay. Now, in the second place, Jonathan turns to Mossey's theory of populist authoritarianism based on mass mobilization and heightened nationalism. Mossey is a very complex thinker who was teacher to a great number of people who are in Jewish studies. So I don't want to simplify his position, but heightened nationalism is based on forging or foregrounding myths of origin and collective memory. This kind of nationalism creates new liturgies, mass rallies, and imagined communities, not through the written word and the circulation of newspapers and books in the vernaculars, as Benedict Anderson showed in his famous book on imagined communities, but through the endless repetition of slogans, choruses, and other rituals of belonging. So far, so good. Think here of Hitler Youth rallies and also the party congresses of an Erdogan who whips the crowds into frenzy. But again, this is undoubtedly an aspect of all fascist movements. I don't see how it explains the specificity of anti-Semitism and Judeo phobia. The frenzy of nationalist masses can be directed towards groups such as the Armenians and the Kurds or the Romanians in Hungary. We need something more historically specific. So here, one plea for the particular. The relationship between nationalism and anti-Semitism, I want to remind you, was also addressed by Hannah Arendt in The Origins of Totalitarianism. And Arendt gave this a different twist when she said that what is problematic about this kind of nationalism is also the assumption that there has to be the trinity of one territory, one people, one state, that is the construction of the demos as a homogeneous ethnos, and the corruption and overtaking of the institution of the rule of law by fascist ideologues. And pay, of course, special attention to this ideal that to be a nation means to be territorially settled on. And this was also then Arendt's entree for her critique of Zionism. But I'm not going to go there. Maybe in the discussion we can begin. Now, I will not comment on the typology provided by Simone de Beauvoir because it's very interesting, but I'd have to read your book to see how it fits. And one thing that it reminded me of is a book by Amos Oz called In the Land of Israel. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that book, but all the tribes that you talk about are there, including the strong man. Okay, I come to Lars Rensmann's paper, Big Lies, Imagined Conspiracies on the Frankfurt School and Anti-Semitism in the New Age of. And reason Lars and I have been colleagues, and Lars studied for a while after he studied with Martin J. with me at Yale, so there is a lot of consanguinity and agreement here. It is a complicated paper in 3 parts, and I'm going to just pick up your central claim with which I agree that Adorno and Horkheimer's thesis in that chapter in the Dialectic of Enlightenment of 1941 called Elements of Anti-Semitism are still illuminating for us of many phenomena. Now, core of their analysis is a psychoanalytic topos. Lars, I'm quoting here, on the one hand, anti-Semitism is viewed as a set of interchangeable resentments, which could be directed at any group or minority. Okay, let's come back to this. This is due to anti-Semitism's entirely projective character. What do they mean here by projection? And there is the more complicated thesis that all thinking is projection, which requires some reflection. But what they mean by projection here is that, as they say, the guilty interior, that's their phrase, projects onto the object all the aggressive and feelings that it itself cannot get rid of, But in doing so, it generates paranoia because in externalizing its guilt, it makes itself subject to the punishment of coming from the object. So paranoia and projection go together. And so this is a very subtle and important point. And this notion of interchangeable resentments, that the Jews become not only the projective object of phobia, but there are all sorts of associations of resentment. The Jews and money, their strength, Jews and secret power, Jews and sexuality, big theme in all of Nazi propaganda, Jews and internationalism, the international conspiracy against the nation state, the topos of the sea versus the soil, for example, in Carl Schmitt's latter-day work on international law. So there is something very unique here about the particular construction of anti-Semitism through a series of metaphors. Although Lars does not mention it, these dimensions are well spelled out in Horkheimer's text 1939, Juden in Europa, a problematic text. A problematic text with a strong Marxist hangover, which situates Jews in the sphere of circulation and tries to explain the rise of anti-Semitism through the fact that the Jews are no longer needed in the transition to organized monopoly capitalism, sort of a recapitulation of Karl Marx's argument in 1840 on the Jewish question. But what's interesting here in this text is Horkheimer's attempt to situate anti-Semitism in the European context. And I want to emphasize this, where indeed the history of the European emancipation of the Jews does start with capitalist modernity and liberalism. This is not repeated in every part of the world. So what you have is, of course, the Christian denial of land rights to the Jews. The Jews cannot own territory. They are tolerated when they enter cities, but they are also the new families of the money networks from Amsterdam to Florence, from London to Frankfurt. This is the networking power of modern Jewish capital. When Hannah Arendt called attention to this also, she was accused by Leon Wieseltier and others of engaging in anti-Semitic tropes. These are not anti-Semitic tropes. I think this is the specific history of Jewish emancipation within the West European context, which makes it, which gives anti-Semitism a specific set of metaphors. And it's this constellation which gives rise to the paranoia of land-settled peasant autochthonous communities. The Jews do represent the prizes of modernity. The brilliant Russian historian Yuri Sleskin, the Jewish Center, and I recommend to everybody to read this book, shows that the Jews are masters of science, medicine, music, and math, and not only money. These are movable skills and talents, which are not tied to the imago of the land, but appear even today. Think of those gathered in Charlottes, Virginia, who said the Jews will not replace us. What were they referring to? Jared Kushner, Goldman Sachs? What? What are we hearing? What are we hearing there? So I just then want to say that these reflections on the Jews in Europe, in my opinion, show that it's impossible to understand anti-Semitism without understanding, on the one hand, the complex and neurotic relationship of Judaism and Christianity, and on the other hand, to understand how different Islamophobia is, or even the relationship of Islam and Judaism. This is such a big topic, and I'm not sure I know enough about it. But I want to say something. I worked on the Muslim caricature controversies. I worked a lot on the scarf affair, etc. The Muslim does not represent modernity as the Jew does, but regression and the Middle Ages. At least in the construction of the European imagination, Islamophobia is of a different nature. The Muslim, and I'm going to say he, because usually he's represented as a he does not represent intelligence and smarts, but brute force. The Muslim is not seductive, but a racist. I mean, if I had the images of the Muslim caricatures drawn by the Dutch caricaturists that caused the uproar, you would see that the Prophet Muhammad is portrayed with a lit rocket on his turban, right? So these are very different images than the imago and the imago of the Jew. And I think this can only be explained by historicity, by historical specificity of the Jews in Europe, as Horkheimer said. Concluding thoughts, now that I have opened this can of, I have to go after it. Judeophobia and Christianity, okay? If Jesus is the Lord, why do the Jews deny him, asked the Christian. Persistence of difference which casts doubt on Christian universalism. The Jews are obstinate. They don't give up their own God, right? Judaism is not a religion of love. Say everyone from, Paul to my favorite philosophers, Hegel, early theological writings, Nietzsche, Jan Assmann. Judaism is not a religion of love, but one of guilt and punishment. The remote God who demands that you live and die by the covenant, the unforgiving God of Abraham. And here, with your permission, I'm going to quote from an essay of my husband's, which I rarely do, but in this case, I think it is warranted. An essay by Jim Sleeper in Salon called Israel and the Puritans, a Dangerous Historical Romance. As Sleeper argues that Abraham does not only disturb because of the absolutism of the frightening choices confronted when he has to sacrifice Isaac, but because Abraham is unsettling in general. He does not only leave the city of Ur, he smashes its idols and prepares to sacrifice his own son at the command of a hidden but omnipotent interlocutor. And you should also know that a Qurban Bayrami is one of the most important feasts in Islam. Okay, today, or yesterday it was Eid al-Fitr, the end of Ramadan, but Qurban is also a feast that all Abrahamic religions face. So I'm trying to complicate the story. So equally puzzling in the Abraham story is that the command is rescinded at the last minute, but who is rescinding the command? Is it God? Is it the angel, or is Abraham deciding by himself? And there is now a wonderful analysis by the philosopher Omri Boehm on this question. So to turn around and to try to conclude what I'm trying to say here. Surely the story of capitalist modernity and the story of the third phase authoritarian personality, the transformation of capitalism today with the rise of the worldwide media, the new globalist neoliberal economy, all these are part of the soup that we are looking at and are part of the melee that we're looking at. But we also have to look at a little bit more at the complex relationship between Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. and maybe not sort of just put the comma and say Islamophobia is equal to Judeophobia is equal to Negrophobia. I can't even begin to think about some of the analyses now that are coming out about Afro-pessimism and the like. I just want to conclude with this note, which echoes something that John Boyarin said about what's happening in this country. How did we get from the alliances of the civil rights movement between an Abraham Herschel and Martin Luther King and other leaders? How did we get to the resurgence of anti-Semitism among emancipatory identity movements? How did we get from the Bob Marley song by the rivers of Babylon, a ship carry us to captivity, right, to today's deep portrayal of Israel as the land of rapacious colonial settlers, and there is colonial settlers there. How did we get to these disjunctions between emancipatory or struggles that consider themselves emancipatory and the legacy of Judaism? Okay, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, for all of the speakers, folks, I do want to give time for questions and comments, and I do want to give our speakers a chance to engage with the commentator. This is going to involve, I think, a short extension of the session in order to make it possible. It's now 5:40. So how about if we go for 12 for this all fold? Is that going to work? And also, does anybody know how to do it?
I think they're in the back.
If we knew that.
Yes, that's fine. I was going to suggest something comparable. Fortunately, we've had a comment, and I know that the two people who were commented on need to have time to talk. And I see hands already being raised, and I didn't talk in the first session, so I thought to myself, I've got to have a chance in the second. But let's start with the generous thing to do, which is to ask our first two speakers to comment on the comment or to at least give some response to what's gone on so far, and then we'll open it up.
I have a number of things to say, but if we start talking, no one else is going to end up having any time to ask their questions or make comments. I have many things to say.
Well, okay.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Good idea.
All right. This is a very kind and generous thing to do. So I will now pass around one of the mics, and do you want to do the other one, Jack? I'll be on this side. You can be on that. I will get to you with the first question and then in the back. This way will be quicker. Yes, I will. Two questions.
Okay, I'm Gail Levin. I really appreciated the commentator's elaboration. I want to say, though, that while the theory is all very interesting, without the historicism, it seems like you're missing the forest for the trees. Having grown up in the Deep South in Georgia, I was baffled watching the former KKK members become the biggest supporters of the state of Israel. But if you look at the Southern Baptist Convention, I believe it is, that wants to save all the souls of the Jews by having them die and convert them, they're looking for, and remember, Donald Trump is selling them Bibles. Okay, I'll wrap it up. Basically, they want a catastrophe, an apocalypse, and we're getting it with Netanyahu's plan as we watch, and that's exactly what they want. And I went to school with these people. I know them well.
Thank you. Three questions.
Thank you. Hi, I'm John Catlin. I've admired both of your work for a long time, so it's great to finally meet Jonathan. I wanted to bring in a kind of polemical line from this new book in which a few of us here have essays. It's edited by Marcel Stotzler, Critical Theory and the Critique of Antisemitism. And I think it's a kind of re-articulation of the Moishe Postone kind of take on anti-Semitism as rooted in capitalism. And he just puts it very sharply, trying to distinguish that kind of laundry basket of different conceptions of critical theory you gave through Amy Allen. So to distinguish the Frankfurt School approach to anti-Semitism, he says, for critical theory, anti-Semitism is not a bug, but a feature of capitalist society. It aims not to remove the bug, but the system that features it. And I just wanted to put some kind of tension there between sort of liberal theories of populism and the specifically capitalist, historicist, anti-capitalist, Marxist Frankfurt School conception of anti-Semitism.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Hi, my name is Lauren Lokshan. I'm at Touro University. Thank you so much to the panelists. I really enjoyed the talk, and I thought that all the ideas were incredibly provocative. So much of my time listening to you, I had in my mind the question that Shayla just left us with, which is, how did we get to this moment in which, anti-Semitism is the flagship of all of these emancipatory and political movements. And specifically, I'm wondering if there's a framework in which we can still articulate a voice against anti-Semitism, which has been used historically, philosophically, as a kind of canary in a coal mine against totalitarianism, at a time when, in fact, Jews do have power. Jews very visibly have power. The Jewish state is a militaristic one that can defend itself and more, and visual representations of that abound. So is the only answer to kind of make a stark separation and sever the notion of Zionism from Semitism, or anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, or can we manage to address it with the current picture being what it is, so different from the time of the Frankfurt School?
Thank you.
I'm having a hard time figuring out exactly where to start, but I want to start with kind of two moments that Shayla articulated, one in the beginning and one at the end of her talk, and that is the metaphor of the key, and the question of whether or not the key is too big or the key is too small, or what key fits the door, and then where we are now, and what do I think that critical theories of anti-Semitism can contribute in this moment. So I don't think there is a key to a door. What I'm interested in doing is articulating, to continue the metaphor, like a clutch of keys, a set of tools, an understanding on the basis of a series of theorists, a whole package of different kinds of approaches that have been articulated in their response explicitly to how they understand the underlying causes of anti-Semitism, which I show they are also always thinking in certain kinds of ways of other racialized groups at the same time, and to see whether or not that facilitates a dialogue with the kinds of critical race theories that have been developed in the context of attempting to understand anti-Black racism and Islamophobia and xenophobia. I am not saying that the one equals the other. Obviously, all forms of racisms are distinctive. What I argue is that they are entangled. And part of what theory has not done is deal with that entanglement. And when I say entangled, what I mean is it's not that they function in comparative or parallel ways, but oftentimes the sort of historical moments end up entangling different groups who are targeted simultaneously and in different places at different times. That entanglement functions differently. But part of what we've got to do is to begin to think about this entanglement. At the same time, we can't lose sight of a whole series of conceptual distinctions. So one of the things that I do in the chapter that Susan was referencing and in the introduction is a wholesale critique of eternal anti-Semitism, and argue that we've got to periodize the term. And I argue that there are 5 different historical periods, and that part of what we're talking about now is a post-Holocaust moment in which one crucial factor is, of course, the establishment of the state of Israel, shifts within Jewish power. So my hope is that when you heard my paper, which is of course very different in this context because of the fact that it was difficult to simultaneously talk about many different doors that I was interested in opening in the conversation all at the same time, including, but in ways that was never going to be central, what's going on in Israel-Palestine. What I was trying to suggest is simply like a kind of constellation of different sorts of approaches. So I agree with lots of the criticism. I'm really interested in the fact that both Shayla and Lars still want to insist on a kind of exceptionalist core around conspiracy thinking in particular as kind of a hard center that makes anti-Semitism distinctive, and both articulated some really interesting ways in which that is true emerging out of capitalist modernity and the emancipation of Jews. But I'm interested in sort of rebuilding solidarities and connections around theory so that we're thinking these things together, or at least in entangled ways.
Thank you. I want to put a parenthesis as it goes over to Lars, because you do talk about the economic context, et cetera, and this was brought up that capitalism has a lot to say here. I would like to say that capitalism today is not capitalism then, and one of the big changes is we are at the end of the Pax Americana, and we are at the end of a Euro-dominated notion of modernity. And that kind of specificity, which I understand Shayla to be calling us to take into consideration, also very unfair because this whole thing was planned a year and a half ago and not in the wake of October 7th. But I think that I would like myself to hear some more on the specificities of capitalism and the end of empire, because it's the clash that happens in Palestine between post-colonial critiques and the critique of anti-Semitic histories that just becomes such a tragic way that the best thinking people are unable to watch the news.
Let me just start with that. It's like, there's just one thing is for me utterly clear. There's just no way out if we are indulging in binary thinking. It's like binary thinking is, or Manichaean thinking is, and that's part of the reification that actually, capitalist modernity offers us by using TikTok. 60% of those who are under 25 use this as a first social media source, and the first 3 seconds of a TikTok video decide if it's actually going viral. And so in the 3 seconds, you have this what we talk about slogans. You have a quick slogan that reduces complexity to in the most extreme ways and endorses this type of campism. So there's an intimate relationship between the hyper-reification of social media, corporate interests, which are dominating the social media. These are all corporate interests, and how people think, and how thinking becomes reduced to binary oppositions. So we do need to trace that. And so in that sense, I go back to John. There's a structural element in here of I wouldn't go all the way with it. I see the feature, I see the undercurrent, but I do think that still needs actors to ignite that and to mobilize that. And there could be things that could be done about that, for example, by regulating certain social media forms, which are, just really deeply, deeply problematic, just as you wouldn't sell. Well, you can probably buy cocaine on the street down there, but you wouldn't like liberate everything. So there's a certain question of like, how do you regulate that? That's something that is so toxic and so destructive as social media forces as they unleash today. So there,
social media is not capitalism, and it is not American imperialism, neo-imperialism.
It is both. It is imperialism and it is capitalism. It's very part and parcel of that. And it's a highly related force that is being used by global capitalism, it's been produced by global capitalism, and is also a product of neoliberal globalization. And that's a new period. And by the way, the Pax Americana, when they wrote in the 1940s, didn't exist. It was a global, it's World War II. So that's the context in which this happened. And so we're talking about big ruptures. I also diagnosed there's a major rupture going on. And I only can say that the path forward is, in this time of rupture, is not by clashing with binary oppositions and dehumanizations. That has to stop in order to build bridges. Binary thinking, Manichaean thinking, the logic of dehumanization on either side is just tragic, as you aptly put it. And it will not lead anywhere but satisfying the urge of destruction that actually is an urge. And we are at the critical moment here. I mean, I'm speaking here in the US past November 5th. We don't know how this society is going to look like. Seriously, I mean, we're facing enormous challenges on the question of the very existence of a democracy right here in this country. There are, we are living in absolutely transformative times and a rise of authoritarianism that we are facing, and there's a huge question of like how to. I mean, I don't have a political answer, but I know certain paths forwards are not paths forwards. They're actually paths backwards to the politics of unreason and regression.
Thank you so much to everyone on the panel.
It was great.
How about if we reconvene 10 minutes after? News coffee, there are cookies, and
they were great papers, very good papers. I think that I liked it much.
The list relatively short. Marxism and Totality, Adorno, Permanent Exiles, Fin de siècle Socialism, Force Fields, Downcast Eyes, Cultural Semantics, Refractions of Violence, Songs of Experience, The Virtues of Mendacity, Essays from the Edge, Reason After Its Eclipse, Splinters in Your Eye, Genesis and Validity, and Imminent Critiques. Magical Nominalism, the historical event Aesthetic Reenchantment, and the Photograph is scheduled to be published by the University of Chicago Press later this year. And Professor Jay will be speaking to us today on Adorno and the Standpoint of Redemption. Marty, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Jack, for that gracious and generous introduction. Thanks also to you, Martin and Francesca, for organizing this event. I'm sorry to come at the end. I'm going to keep you up for a little while longer, but I hope you'll find this stimulating. This is a talk which deals less with the issues that we've been discussing of anti-Semitism, more with the relationship between the Frankfurt School and this complicated relationship to its the Jewish background of some of its members, in particular the issue of what Adorno might have meant by the idea of redemption, a very numinous and powerful term, but one which I will argue he doesn't understand. There are few more frequently cited texts in the voluminous writings of Adorno than the 153rd and last aphorism of his Reflections from Damaged Life, Minima Moralia, a text fittingly called Zum Ende, which, although translated as finale by Edmund Jeffcoat, literally means to the end. It begins by boldly proclaiming that the only philosophy that can be responsibly practiced in the face of despair is the attempt to contemplate all things as they would present themselves from the standpoint of redemption. Knowledge has no light but that shed on the world by redemption. All else is reconstruction. I'll come back to that redemption reconstruction couplet at the end of my talk. All else is reconstruction, mere technique. Perspectives must be fashioned that displace and estrange the world, reveal it to be with its rifts and crevices as indigent and distorted as it will appear one day in the messianic light. Now, if the aphorism had stopped there, Adorno could perhaps be justifiably interpreted as having jettisoned the Marxist materialism out of which the Frankfurt School's critical theory had emerged, and having therefore adopted a frankly theological alternative, one in which the concepts of redemption and messianism retained their original religious charge. Adorno, however, immediately insists in the aphorism that such contemplation can come only, he says, entirely from felt contact with objects, end quote, which is in accord with his longstanding materialist stress on the preponderance of the object over the imposition of subjective concepts or beliefs. Religious faith, in other words, is not enough to imbue the world with meaning unless that meaning is somehow already latent in it. But even the search for worldly objects that manifest redemptive hope, he continues, quote, is also the utterly impossible thing, because it presupposes a standpoint removed, even though by a hair's breadth, from the scope of existence, end quote. In other words, when we seek direct contact with the absolute, the unconditioned, the redeemed, we fool ourselves into thinking that we have fully transcended the imperfections of our current situation. Zumende concludes, however, with one final dialectical twist, qualifying the apparent fruitlessness of the quest for redemption, and it goes as follows. Even in its own impossibility, it must at last comprehend, for the sake of the possible, this, that is, possibility and impossibility, ought not to be turned into binary opposites, but rather be allowed to mediate each other in order to contemplate the world responsibly in the face of despair. But whether responsible contemplation will actually lead anywhere is anything but certain. For, quote, beside the demand thus placed on thought, the question of the reality or unreality of redemption hardly matters. Now, while seemingly a throwaway line, so throwing away aside, these final words of minimum moralia bring the reader up short. For at first glance, they appear to trivialize the issue of whether or not redemption might actually be a meaningful aspiration, and whether or not its messianic light more than a simple metaphor, which seems implicitly to undercut its elevation into the only legitimate standpoint from which responsible contemplation of the world can be practiced, the only, we might say, normative ground of critical theory. Adorno, however, deftly pulls his punch by avoiding a categorical assertion of the irrelevance of its reality, saying instead only that the truth of redemption hardly matters. This nuanced phrasing opens the door at least a crack to leave some readers wondering if it does nonetheless matter after all. Now, some commentators, in fact, consider Adorno's ambiguity about the reality of redemption as a possibility. They consider it a clear virtue. Robert Hewlett-Cantor, Adorno's most distinguished English translator, argues, quote, that he can invoke the Messiah qua philosopher, just because as a philosopher, Adorno was not a religious man. If there's any precedent for Adorno's position, Bob Cantor says it is the profane mysticism of the Romantics, who wanted, and I'm quoting him, to conjure the magic, the image, of divine light, not to behold the deity as a source above, but to illuminate a damaged nature below. Peter Gordon likewise interprets Adorno's position as the irreversible migration of theological impulses into the profane. tracing the rhetoric of redemption elsewhere in Adorno's oeuvre, for example, in Negative Dialectics, in the discussion of metaphysical experience, he pushes Gershom Scholem's assertion that minimum morality is an exercise, quote, in negative or, quote, apophatic theology to its extreme. Adorno, he concludes, resisted any affirmation of theology. He seeks to preserve theology only by overcoming it entirely. His indifference to the literal reality of redemption suggests the pragmatic status of the messianic as simply a counterfactual ideal that is posited only to secure a critical vantage point on reality. Once again, a kind of as if normative vantage point. The pressing need for such a counterfactual point d'appui or vantage point for critique, even for someone still broadly identifying himself as a Marxist, is, I think, not difficult to explain. No longer confident in the world historical mission of the proletariat, dismissive of scientific readings of historical materialism, and dismayed by the reduction of an emphatic concept of objective reason to its instrumental variant, Adorno himself experienced the despair, he said, could only be faced by mobilizing the hyperbolic rhetoric of redemption, however uncertain its possible realization. That rhetoric had already been, in fact, in the air when Adorno came of age philosophically in the aftermath of World War I, the period when, to borrow the title of Michel Levey's study of the elective affinity between Jewish libertarian thought and political radicalism, the religious concept of redemption reinforced the secular hope for utopia. Tellingly, among the unpublished juvenilia of Max Horkheimer was a short novella simply entitled Erlösung, redemption, a term that he defined in Schopenhauerian terms as, quote, the cessation of desire. And Adorno himself, not surprisingly, employed the trope of the perspective of redeemed life as early as a now lost essay on Kafka, written in 1925, which we know only because he referenced it in a letter to Walter Benjamin 9 years later. Now, Adorno, to be sure, and people have already alluded to this, lacked any first-hand relationship with religious practice in his youth. Baptized in the faith of his Catholic mother and raised superficially as a Lutheran, he was initially indifferent to the religion of his non-observant Jewish father. From all accounts, had little direct knowledge of the practices, traditions, and theological commentary that he later was to mobilize for rhetorical purposes. Unlike some of his friends, most notably Siegfried Kracauer and Leo Löwenthal, he had no connection to the Frankfurt Lehrhaus, which played so crucial roles in what became known as the Jewish Renaissance. While sharing Ernst Bloch's utopian yearnings, he was disinclined to revel in the hodgepodge of positive prefigurations, religious and otherwise, that Bloch so ardently celebrated. Nor was Adorno an enthusiastic early reader of Rosenzweig's frankly messianic New Thinking, once confessing to Leo Löwenthal, quote, these are linguistic philosophemes I would not understand even if I understood them, end quote. The dissertation he wrote under the direction of the theologian Paul Tillich on Kierkegaard aimed at exposing the roots of the Danish philosopher's celebration of subjective inwardness in bourgeois interiority, even if later he could acknowledge the power of Kierkegaard's, quote, hope of the reality of redemption. It was, of course, ultimately through his friendships with Benjamin and then later Gershom Scholem that explicitly theological motifs began to creep into what became known as his negative dialectics. Indeed, as he once admitted to Scholem in a birthday tribute to him, his debts to major trends in Jewish mysticism were in fact enormous. It was, of course, initially from Benjamin that Adorno first learned the lessons that theology might have something, to teach critical theory. In 1934, he praised Benjamin's essay on Kafka, affirming, quote, that the image of theology in which I would gladly see our thoughts dissolve is none other than the very one which sustains your thoughts here. It could be called an inverse theology. This position, Adorno goes on, directed against natural and supernatural interpretations alike, first formulated here as it is with total precision, strikes me as utterly identical with my own. Although often anticipated in earlier works like his Kafka essay, the locus classicus of Benjamin's infusion of theology into his understanding of historical materialism are, of course, his theses on philosophy, which were posthumously published in 1942 in a memorial collection put together by the Institute after his suicide. It was here that Benjamin famously claimed, now famously, that a weak messianic power was granted to each generation, including his own, and asserted that, quote, our image of happiness is indissolubly bound up with the image of redemption. Earlier, in an unpublished theologico-political fragment, a very dense and cryptic text, in fact, it's so complicated that we're not even sure when it was composed, but as early as the 1920s, sometimes as late as 1937, Benjamin had posited a paradoxical relationship between messianism and human history. He writes, only the Messiah himself consummates all history, in the sense that he alone redeems, completes, creates its relation to the messianic. For this reason, nothing historical can relate itself on its own account to anything messianic, end quote. That is, if I get it right, profane human history should not project a literal earthly kingdom of God as its telos. But when the Messiah comes, history will end. As Ernst Bloch understood in the spirit of utopia, it was thus a dangerous fallacy to posit an actual theocracy as the literal goal of redemptive politics. Not surprisingly, Adorno would come to read the fragment as arguing for, quote, the concept of redemption in entirely transcended terms. There is, however, for Benjamin, a subtle relationship between redemption, transcendent or otherwise, and human history. He writes, the order of the profane should be erected on the idea of happiness. The relation of this order to the messianic is one of the essential teachings of the philosophy of history, end quote. Though there is an apparent contradiction between the quest for mundane happiness, for human happiness here and now, and messianic redemption, quote, just as a force can through acting increase another that is acting in the opposite direction, so the order of the profane assists through being profane, the coming of the messianic kingdom, end quote. There's a parallel between the quest for ultimate spiritual reconciliation, and here Benjamin cites the Christian ideal of restitutio in integrum, and he might have just as easily said tikkun olam, the healing of the world. Just as there's a parallel between the quest for ultimate spiritual reconciliation, there is also a parallel between that and a worldly restitution. This process he mysteriously describes, quote, as the eternity of downfall. We heard earlier the word downfall in terms of Adorno and metaphysics. Here, Benjamin is talking about the eternity of downfall and connecting it somehow with happiness and worldly restitution. The perpetual transience of nature, which he then suggests is somehow identical with happiness. The fragment, and it's only a fragment, we can't know exactly what it would have amounted to if he had finished it, then abruptly concludes with the exhortation, quote, to strive after such passing, even for those stages of man that are nature, is the task of world politics whose method must be called nihilism. The task of world politics whose method must be called nihilism. Now, your guess is as good as mine to what that actually means, but this is the way the fragment ends. Now, however much Adorno may have borrowed Benjamin's rhetoric of redemption, he himself never, I think, followed his friend's lead in adopting the ominous apocalyptic tone that could suggest nihilistic destruction as the proper method for something vaguely called world politics. This is a kind of Benjaminian Gnosticism. Agatha Bielik-Robson has a recent piece on the entropic implications of all this in Benjamin, a sense that maybe the world needs to end. Here he demonstrated his distance from the actual tradition of Jewish messianism, which, as Gershom Scholem noted, quote, is in its origin and by its nature, this cannot be sufficiently emphasized, a theory of catastrophe, end quote. Not only was Adorno loath to celebrate the alleged cleansing power of catastrophe, he'd seen enough of it during the Second World War and the Holocaust, but he also shared the suspicion expressed by Benjamin himself in his less apocalyptic moods that the term might be more appropriate for the ongoing state of affairs in which the interminable repetition of the same was itself the problem. That is, in other words, its own kind of cataclysmic catastrophe. As a result of his reservations, Adorno could be chastised by those who considered the catastrophic destruction of the fallen world a defensible notion, a defensible means to bring about redemption, which they defiantly insisted was a literal possibility. No one expressed this disdain, let's call it latter-day Gnosticism. No one expressed it as explicitly as Jakob Taubes. Jakob Taubes, the antinomian Jewish philosopher who had reveled in the radicalization of the German New Left in the 60s and passed in and out of the orbit of the Frankfurt School in those turbulent years. In the 1987 lectures, posthumously published as The Political Theology of Paul, Jakob Taubes scorned the final aphorism of Minima Moralia as little more than, quote, empty, end quote, posturing, based on an ersatz notion of real redemption. In contrast, Taubes approvingly claimed that Benjamin had shared with the Apostle Paul a hope for the arrival, or perhaps in Paul's case, the return of a genuine Messiah, the literal incarnation of divinity, who would put the world out of its misery. They were also similar, so he argued, in their illiberal contempt for the rule of law governing the world while it waited. This is the antinomianism of Taubes. By comparison, Taubes scornfully charged, Adorno had merely aestheticized the discourse of redemption. For him, so Taubes says, it is only a comme si, an as if. It hardly matters whether it's real. And Benjamin, Taubes says, it does matter. And then in 2000, Giorgio Agamben repeated precisely the same invidious comparison in his own celebration of the allegedly antinomian Paul in a book called The Time That Remains. Adorno's studied indifference towards the reality of redemption, hardly matters, so Agamben charged, was reminiscent of the fictionalist philosophy of als ob, as if, developed by the early 20th century neo-Kantian Hans Vaihinger. Now, efforts have been made to rescue Adorno from the accusations of Taubes and Agamben. Sebastian Troskowski, for example, recently argues that Adorno's observation of the Jewish Bilderverbot, the famous prohibition on images, quote, prohibits him from furnishing the standpoint of redemption with any positive determinations. Reducing Adorno's position to Vaihinger's philosophy of as if goes astray, so he tells us, and not only because Adorno never referenced Vaihinger and never did it positively in his work, but also because rather than thinking of redemption as a regulative ideal fueling a narrative of progress, as Vaihinger might have done, Adorno, like Benjamin, was deeply suspicious of the comforting illusion of evolutionary historical ascent. Nor did he echo a Gnostic denigration of creation by locating the perspective of redemption entirely outside the world, after the world, beyond the world, in some entirely transcendent realm. Adorno, he says, cannot be seen as proposing to inhabit such a position as a fictive utopos, located in another world, as Taubes and Agamben suggest. Instead, the messianic light shines from within the world, through the rifts and crevices of damaged life. Taubes's insistence on literal reality of redemption could also be challenged because of the dubious means he endorsed to achieve it, that being the heresy of redemption through sin identified by Scholem with the Sabbatean movement in the 17th century, culminating in the destructive frenzy of Jakob Frank and his followers in the 18th. As Agatha Bielik-Robson puts it, Pace Taubes, who with the early Benjamin believes divine violence to be the most direct messianic action, Adorno perceives all violence as mythological and advocates a radical exit from it. Now, relitigating the issue of whether Adorno employed redemption as an as-if aesthetic metaphor or intended it literally is not the point of this talk. It's far less urgent than addressing another issue, which is what I want to occupy us in the next few minutes. Can the concept, taken literally or not, metaphorically or not, can it provide a plausible vantage point, a normative vantage point for critique? For even if observing the Bildif above prevented Adorno from describing it in positive terms, even if it were meant only metaphorically, redemption comes, I want to argue, with a cargo of accumulated denotations and connotations that inevitably inform its usage and cannot be ignored when it is invoked as the only point of view in which the present world can be responsibly criticized. The most obvious effect of calling the point of view of redemption the gold standard against which the imperfections of the current world must be measured is to imbue critique with the affective aura of the highest goal imagined by millennia of theological discourse. It is implicitly to invest the critical theorist with the authority to assume the role of divine judge, or at least to act as his ventriloquist dummy. Besides the dazzling light cast by a Messiah who is yet to come, the faint illumination of, say, the secular Enlightenment seems wan indeed. Compared with such a maximalist concept of redemption, a maximalist norm, every other possible justification for critique, emancipation, freedom, equality, justice, reason, all of these pale in comparison. Even it is migrated into the profane, unable to return to its religious homeland, the concept of redemption can no more easily shed its aura of absolute authority than an emigre from Germany could say, lose his accent when he moves to America. Another instance, as in other instances of political theology, its authority draws on the tacit assumption that ideas expressed in a religious idiom not only have temporal priority over their secular iterations, this is the political theology narrative, but also are somehow deeper, somehow more substantial, somehow express a closer relationship to what really matters. They are taken to be the ore-ground of whatever may replicate them in another more derivative secular register. They are still potent beneath the surface even after their apparent secularization, which commentators like Carl Löwit and Carl Schmitt must insist produce only second-order simulacra of the real thing, lacking any self-authorizing legitimacy of their own. The inherent superiority and priority of theology itself, however, can be challenged. Indeed, the profane sources of many of its own doctrines have often themselves been uncovered and must, I think, be remembered. Feuerbach's so-called transformative method, in which subjects and predicates are simply reversed and man understood to make God rather than vice versa, this may seem arrogantly anthropocentric and granting humankind the power of a divine creator. But local variants of the argument are, I think, more persuasive. For example, Schmidt's famous contention that the modern sovereign is a secular version of a voluntarist divinity neglects, I think, to consider the opposite possibility. The concept of a monotheistic omnipotent God may itself have been derived from an absolute pagan ruler's claims of unlimited power. The jealousy of the one true God against polytheistic competitors may also mirror the exorbitant claims of such a self-aggrandizing secular ruler. And even the Lurianic Kabbalistic doctrine of the breaking and healing of the vessels of creation has been understood by Scholem himself as a transcendentalized response to the traumatic expulsion of Sephardic Jews from Spain in 1492. Now, whether or not the reduction of theological ideas to their profane origins can be convincingly demonstrated in all cases, it is, I think, evident in a larger sense that theology as a speculative discourse drawing and often intertwined with philosophical analysis, that theology is itself always a dependent rather than independent variable. For it inevitably draws on pre-reflective, non-discursive experiences of the sacred, the numinous, or what Rudolf Otto famously called the mysterium tremendum et fascinans of the holy. One might even conjecture that theological justification becomes necessary only when the immediacy and self-evident power of those primal experiences wane, and the orienting myths that often accompany them begin to lose their self-evident credibility. To fill the vacuum, a welter of rationalizations, explanations, analogies, and narratives arise to legitimate whatever institutionally established systems of belief and mandated worship survives the loss of immersive effervescence. We might say, and this is a big speculation, cults become full-fledged religions only when that loss occurs, and a speculative, we might say, compensation becomes necessary. What Durkheim would have called the elementary forms of religion are then succeeded by more sophisticated, reflective, and complex alternatives. Theology is thus like philosophy in being inspired by wonder, but more in the sense of wondering why innocent immersion in an enchanted life world of beliefs and practices can no longer suffice without discursive justification. Acknowledging the pre-theological origins of redemption is especially revealing. For what it expresses is precisely that acute sense of the loss of unalienated innocence and immersive oneness with the world that generates theological speculations in the first place. This parallel is manifest in the concept's powerful restorative impulse, which expresses hope for the restitution of what has allegedly been lost. The English word redemption comes from the medieval Anglo-French redome, a modification of the Latin redimere, which means to take or buy back. The comparable German Erlösung used by Benjamin and Adorno is derived from the Old German Erlösung, which means deliverance or liberation. Its most frequent modern German synonym is Rettung, which means saving or rescue. Both the English and German terms echo the meaning of the Hebrew Bible term, Geulah, which appears often in Leviticus and elsewhere in reference to buying back not only land, but also slaves. It was in particular the right and duty of the nearest relative to ransom an enslaved kinsman to restore his freedom, producing a pattern of deliverance that would be repeated throughout the Bible. The Exodus narrative, in particular, elevates the social practice of freedom from slavery into a metaphor for the covenant between God and the people of Israel. Significantly, the ransomed slave was expected to owe allegiance to the rescuer, which became the template for the perpetual gratitude of emancipated Israelites to the God who had delivered them from bondage. Significantly, the monetary ransom of captives remained a blessing in Jewish law, and sometimes the ransom of a firstborn son was owed to a priest to relieve the child of the obligation to serve that priest. And then in the New Testament, the comparable Greek word, apollotrosis, had the same meaning, the same prior meaning of ransoming a slave. Now, if redemption originally suggested paying ransom to deliver someone from literal enslavement, it soon developed powerful additional meanings in which the abased condition to be rectified gained far greater significance than mere involuntary servitude. It could indicate, for example, the need to recreate the biblical kingdom of David and the rebuilding of the first temple. Or it could even imply something more ambitious. I've already mentioned the Lurianic Kabbalistic idea, the breaking of the vessels of creation, which produced a state of ontological alienation on a cosmic level. In other words, writes Gershom Scholem, using the Hebrew word for diaspora, all being is in galut. All being is in estrangement, needs to be restored. To heal this condition of generalized estrangement is the goal, of course, of Tikkun Olam, But an added obstacle followed the fall of Adam and Eve, when sin was introduced into the world. Scholem writes, if Adam had not sinned, the world would have entered the messianic state on the first Sabbath after creation, with no historical process whatsoever. Adam's sin returned the universe, which had almost been mended, to its former broken state. By faithfully following God's law as laid down in the Torah, however, the people of Israel can ultimately repair what was shattered and restore a blissful state of cosmic perfection and harmony. Or at least this was the Orthodox rabbinic hope until the heresy of redemption through sin, exemplified by the Sabbatai Tzvi's conversion to Islam and the subsequent Sabbatean rejection of the Talmudic law, later embraced by Taubes, sought to replace it. Now, the extraordinary story of how this heresy and the feverish movement that spawned in many Jewish communities in the 17th and 18th centuries, culminating in the self-destructive nihilism of Jakob Frank, is masterfully, of course, told by Scholem, who ends his account, and this is interesting, by pointing to the transfer of the antinomian religious energies of the Sabbateans to the political realm. I quote Scholem. To the end of Frank's life, the hopes he had entertained of abolishing all laws and conventions took on a very real historical significance. As a result of the French Revolution, the Sabbatean and Frankist subversion of the old morality and religion was suddenly placed in a new and relevant context. And perhaps not only in the abstract, but we know that Frank's nephews were active in high revolutionary circles. Seemingly, Scholem tells us, the revolution had come to corroborate the fact that the nihilist outlook had been correct all along. Comparable connections, of course, between millennian or millenarian movements and revolutionary politics have often been discerned in the Christian quest for redemption as well. Now, there were, to be sure, and I want to make a few points here to nuance the argument, some differences between mainstream Christian and Jewish versions of redemption when it came to the means to bring it about. Originally, as I said earlier, in Jewish law, redemption was a transactional concept which could be paid off by animal sacrifice, but ultimately the ransom that would end alienation and sinfulness was identified with the ongoing collective effort of the community to live pious lives and annually to ritually atone for its failures to realize them. In Christianity, in contrast, the ransom was paid instead by an individual redeemer, with a capital R, the Son of God, whose sacrifice on the cross was intended to save sinners from damnation. It is thus God's own act of immense generosity through the incarnation, the crucifixion, and the resurrection that atones for the fall. Christ's death, writes the Regius Professor of Divinity at Oxford, Morris Wiles, Christ's death was a sacrifice to do away with sin, a ransom to set free the devil's prisoners, a substitutionary bearing of the punishment which guilty men and women would otherwise have had to undergo, end quote. The Apostle Paul borrowed the metaphor to claim that because Christ's sacrifice on the cross enabled the deliverance from sin of believers, they owed him in return a debt. Quote, you have been set free from sin and have become slaves to righteousness. Now, many more questions can be asked about Jewish and Christian variations on the theme of redemption. Does it happen within human history or only at its end? How does communal redemption relate to the salvation of an individual soul? Does messianic deliverance require a singular Messiah or Redeemer, or is it a more impersonal process? Is redemption prepared or even produced by human action, or entirely a gift of divine grace? And if the latter, is it best to assume an attitude of passive expectation or resign oneself to interminable waiting for an always deferred goal? Is redeeming the sin caused by the fall the same as healing the wounds of an entire universe in exile? And finally, and this is in a way more specific and a last timely point, was the Zionist dream of overcoming endless exile by restoring a Jewish homeland a substitute for the religious project of redemption or a means of achieving it? Well, these and similar questions were not only often answered differently between traditions, but within them as well. And rather than getting lost in the weeds of comparative theology, we need now to return to its role in Adorno's negative dialectics as the only normative standpoint from which critique can be launched. The first thing to be noted is that Adorno never really attempted to address the vexing issue of how redemption might actually be brought about, either in a religious or a political idiom. He neither endorsed pious observation of the law, nor its antinomian violation, and certainly never entertained the idea that a Messiah had already come whose sacrifice redeemed the sinfulness of humanity after the fall. Mere atonement as the ransom for sin or as a means to heal the world is not sufficient, he implied, as something far more fundamental must change. But while there may be a faint echo of the early Weimar affinity between heterodox Jewish theology and revolutionary activism in his negative dialectics, Adorno stepped back from any Benjaminian endorsement of divine violence or nihilistic world politics. For him, redemption was a point of view for critique, not the goal of a literal historical project. In short, the gap between critical theory and radical practice, which has always troubled the Frankfurt School's critics, I would argue it loomed especially wide when the theory invoked redemption as its normative standard and putative telos. Aside from the issue of means, however, there's also a problem with the paucity of Adorno's reflections on what the telos of redemption might actually mean in substantive terms. As Truskolaski has pointed out, the Bilderverbot provides him a reason, or put about perhaps less generously, an excuse, to avoid spelling out what he really hopes to convey by invoking a religious term as the normative ground of critique. Benjamin, as we've seen, had been somewhat less restrained, if only partially less cryptic. Our image of happiness, remember, he wrote, is indissolubly bound up with the image of redemption. In the theological political fragment, he claims the order of the profane should be erected on the idea of happiness, something which may, on one level, be seen at odds with the sacred sphere, but nonetheless which he sees as somehow, in a way, in complicated relationship with it. How the two restitutions, the immortality of the saved soul and the happiness of the transient natural body, actually correspond is, however, not really made clear. Nor does Benjamin tell us why he calls their achievement a restitution, as if there once was a time when they actually had existed and then was somehow lost. Although it may describe how Adam and Eve felt before their expulsion from the garden, does happiness, if we want to stick with that word, really do justice to the emotional state of creation before it was shattered into shards? I mean, can we somehow talk about tikkun olam and the healing of those broken vessels in terms of happiness? Seems very trivializing. But however elliptical Benjamin's argument, Adorno seems to have taken from it a kind of spiritualized hedonism, combining the religious idea of redemption and the earthly idea of happiness. The latter, as is widely acknowledged, for example, in Peter Gordon's recent book on precarious happiness, happiness was a key term in Adorno's normative vocabulary, either expressed directly or indirectly as the end of suffering. His frequent evocation of Stendhal's remark from De l'Amour, quote, that la beauté n'est que la promesse de bonheur, which Adorno, in fact, rather slightly misquotes as art is a promise of happiness. Stendhal said beauty. This might indicate that what is promised can also be identified with redemption if the term includes sensual gratification. Adorno's ruminations on happiness, including his distinction between the false happiness of the culture industry and its true alternative in some utopian future, has of course been the object of considerable discussion. Now, if in fact Adorno did conflate redemption and true happiness, the result would comport with the restorative utopian bivalence of the discourse of redemption in general. Although he may not have harbored any illusions about a prelapsarian age of blissful innocence or cosmic oneness before the breaking of the vessels, he did often idealize childhood as a paradise lost, a Wordsworthian or Proustian fantasy that Benjamin seems to have also shared. His own sheltered existence as an only child, indulgently nurtured by doting parents and a beloved aunt, has often been credited as the source of his patent nostalgia for the lost happiness of childhood. Here, the idea of redemption was infused with the hope of living, saving rather, or rescuing what had been lost. Intense, semantically rich, often mimetically inspired experiences that prefigured a potential utopia. Here, salvation meant not being saved from sin or alienation, or certainly not from slavery, but rather saving the memories that also expressed hope for a very different future. But does the rescue, I want to ask, of such emphatic experiences of prior individual happiness mean more than remembering them as inspiring models for possible future redemption of society as a whole? Does it somehow also mean canceling the suffering of the past and healing whatever wounds may have been caused by cosmic alienation, by sinfulness after the fall, or just by plain social injustice? Does it mean, we might ask, a full reconciliation of oppositions, a realization of all desires, a leveling of all inequalities, a sublating of all contradictions, a negating of all negations, in short, a complete restitutio in integrum? Or does Adorno's preference rather for non-identity over harmonizing totalization mean, as one observer has put it, quote, that redemption is not to be equated with reconciliation, if reconciliation means overcoming the quality of difference itself? Redemption means rather the recovery of the particular from its dominating hierarchical subsumption under some larger category, end quote. Well, not is there only uncertainty about Adorno's implied concept of redemption, but there's also an implicit conflict between the original meaning of the term as a ransom paid to alleviate a state of alienation and Adorno's frequent criticism of the logic of exchange. The tension is even more obvious when the substitutional notion of sacrifice inherent in the Christian idea of redemption is measured against the sustained critique of sacrifice in Dialectic of Enlightenment. Horkheimer and Adorno argued that it was initially a cunning device, sacrifice was, to deceive the gods, whose anger is appeased by the gift of a surrogate for the community as a whole. Although originating in a world still beholden to myth, it survives both in Christianity and in the modern formal notion of rationality, which can be traced back to the abstraction of general words from concrete things. Indeed, according to the legend of Odysseus, especially his encounter with the sirens, reason itself began with the sacrifice of bodily desire in the service of self-preservation. It ultimately produced the ideology of the individual rational subject, dominating nature within and without, celebrated by Kantian philosophy and ego psychology alike. Because of the fungibility of the victim, that's what sacrifice means, you sacrifice an animal for the tribe, the mythic logic of sacrifice remains potent in the modern world, as demonstrated by the genocide of the Jews and the Holocaust, who were sacrificed, as we've heard today, for something else. Now, if, as Horkheimer and Adorno pessimistically conclude, quote, the history of civilization is the introversion of sacrifice, in other words, the history of renunciation, end quote, the implication for the concept of redemption, rooted as it is in the paying of ransom to emancipate a slave, should have been clearer to them. Not only suggesting equitable compensation for the slave owner, redemption also implies the emancipated former slave himself now owes a new debt to his redeemer, as we saw Paul explicitly argue. Rather than a full-fledged alternative to that civilization, a haven of absolute transcendence beyond the world of fungibility, redemption is therefore, in fact, implicated in it, valorizing as it does a chain of equivalences. Adorno, however, never, I think, paused to reflect on this entanglement, or in the sedimented pre-theological meanings of the term, preferring to draw on its more erratic glow rather than parse its problematic etymology. Now, because Adorno deliberately refrained from fleshing out what he meant by redemption, beyond vague gestures towards equating it with unqualified happiness or considered as problematic baggage, it's left to his readers to fill in the blanks. As we've seen in a brief survey of its various meanings in Jewish and Christian theological traditions, the term has been an empty enough signifier to inspire many different interpretations. In fact, the uncertainty over its meaning is not merely expressed in its glib adoption by contemporary critics of social injustice who want to give a religious patina to their quest to repair the world. Generated well before now a hermetic riot of opinions among learned theologians who struggle to make sense of it. And this is really fascinating and even can be turned against its function as a synonym for the absolute transcendence of an imperfect world, as it in fact was by Friedrich Nietzsche, who celebrated absolute immanence instead. In Thus Spake Zarathustra, Nietzsche mocks the Christian idea of atoning for past sins as an expression of a decadent, life-denying ressentiment against the world, proclaiming instead, and I quote Nietzsche, to redeem the past and to transform every it was into I wanted it. Thus, that alone do I call redemption. Here, rather than a spur to change the world radically for the better or to restore a lost innocence before the fall, here redemption is identified with amor fati, with the affirmation, despite everything, of what has been and remains the case, including the suffering that cannot be, indeed should not be, abolished from life. Here the will is directed not towards the future, but towards the past, which should be valorized as worthy of returning eternally. Now, with Nietzsche, we are indeed a long way from Adorno's insistence that redemption is the only perspective that will displace and estrange the current imperfect world. A comparable gap can be found in their relative attitudes towards suffering and happiness, although both were contemptuous of the unsatisfactory simulacra of happiness offered by contemporary culture. Now, to point out these differences is not, however, to argue that one is right and the other is wrong in the use of the word, but rather to note that the meanings of redemption can so radically diverge, so too can the political implications that have been drawn from them. Ignoring the warning against seeking the realization of the kingdom of God on earth, which Benjamin had admirably noted in Bloch's Spirit of Utopia, some have impatiently sought to hasten the coming of the Messiah. Spurning any benign version of the secularization of political theology, they have reliteralized the aesthetic as-if interpretation of the term attributed to Adorno by Taubes and Agamben. Ignoring the warning against seeking the realization of the kingdom of God on earth, which Benjamin had admirably noted, they have gone in the wrong direction. But Pace, Michel Levy, not all have done so in the pursuit of libertarian or progressive causes. Islamic jihadists, Messianic West Bank Jewish settlers, Hindu and Christian nationalists, the list can last be expanded, all reveal the disturbingly violent face of an apocalyptic politics of redemption, impatient for the cleansing of a corrupt world. There has, in fact, been for a very long time a strong tendency for populist political movements, directly religious or not, to harness the rhetoric of redemption for their own ends. One in particular deserves, I think, our attention as we conclude our consideration of Adorno's reliance on redemption as a normative vantage point for critical theory. This may seem an odd one to bring up, but I think it's relevant. After the American Civil War, northern military occupation of the defeated Confederacy, the rise of Black political power, and the corrupt machinations of so-called carpetbaggers led to a reactionary movement to restore white supremacy that explicitly drew on the religious rhetoric of Christian redemption. By 1876, all but 3 states had been redeemed, although it took the compromise that followed the deadlocked election of that year to give the southern wing of the Democratic Party total control. Now, it would, of course, be easy to protest that this version of redemption is surely not what Adorno would have had in mind, should he ever have felt comfortable enough breaking the Bilderverbot to let us know. Nor would it be entirely fair to seize on the unintended irony in the alternative he offered in the famous paragraph from Minima Moralia, quote, knowledge has no light, but that shed on the world by redemption, all else is reconstruction. Adorno, after all, never pretended to be a student of American history, and the original German word he used was Nachkonstruktion, not Rekonstruktion. But there is, I think, something troubling in the weight placed on an imprecise term, whose meaning he refused to flesh out and whose semantic baggage he never confronted, a term which was also so vulnerable to abuse. Now, at first glance, it might therefore seem that Adorno was guilty of what Susan Sontag had once called religious fellow traveling, excoriating the then fashionable attitude of piety without content that survived the death of God. She argued in her work Against Interpretation, the religious fellow traveling expresses in differing measure both nostalgia and relief. Nostalgia over the loss of the sense of sacredness and relief that an intolerable burden has been lifted. Lacking allegiance to any specific religious tradition, its exponents display a sentimental attraction to a generic concept of spirituality and merely collect exemplars of seriousness or moral earnestness, of intellectual passion, which is what they identify with religious possibility. Now, the apparent similarity of Sontag's condemnation of religious fellow traveling to Jakob Taubes's critique of Adorno is, in fact, not entirely coincidental. When it was composed, Sontag was, in fact, teaching with Taubes at Columbia University, as we discover from the recent biography of Taubes by Jerry Muller. They were, in fact, reading Marcuse, Norman O'Brien, and both religious fellow travelers and as if philosophers, they charged, weren't able to make real commitments, preferring simple, empty gestures instead. Now, what I want to conclude by saying, it would be wrong, nonetheless, to characterize Adorno's evocation of redemption as a straightforward case of Sontag's religious fellow traveling. Why? Because he was too adamantly opposed to the aura of diffuse piety without religious commitment that she detected in the current climate of pseudo-spirituality. It would, I think, therefore, be more suitable to speak instead of theological fellow traveling, in which an unearned aura of authoritative normativity makes up for the paucity of substance. Whatever kind of fellow traveler Adorno might be accused of being, it's hard to deny a certain desperation evident in his claim that without a faint belief in redemption, there would be no possibility of envisioning a better world. For it shows the waning of his reliance on the adequacy of an objective or emphatic concept of reason to serve as a normative standard of critical theory, which had been so central legacy of the Hegelian Marxism that inspired the Frankfurt School's first generation. Rather than drawing on the power of what Hegel had called determinate negation, the point of view of redemption is about as indeterminate as one can get. Relying on it also reinforces the impression that despite all its protestations to the contrary, Adorno had grown increasingly skeptical about the power of human agency to bring about meaningful change. Although clouding his conventional reputation as a grim pessimist who abandoned all hope, Adorno's investment of that hope in a paradoxical impossibility that has to be comprehended for the sake of the possible, I think leaves little confidence that it can ever be realized. And as a result, and I want to conclude with this point, it makes abundantly clear in retrospect why the second generation of the Frankfurt School, led by Jürgen Habermas and Albrecht Wellmer, why they felt so compelled to jettison the inflated and dubious theological rhetoric of redemption, and whether it might be metaphorically meant or otherwise, and set out instead to defend the normative foundations of critical theory entirely on post-theological, post-metaphysical grounds, communicative, rational, or otherwise. This, I think, is the lesson that we perhaps still can take from Adorno's venture into the from the religious into the profane, a venture which has produced what I would argue is a deeply dubious concept of redemption. Thanks very much.
Marty, first of all, thank you for a brilliant talk, as always. Wow. It is very, very late, but I want to make one or two short comments, and I do want to allow a short period of time for questions. And Gabriel, if you would take one of the mics to walk around, that would be helpful. But I'm going to begin, if I would, Marty, and this is off the top of my head. I hadn't read your paper before. I don't know if what I'm saying is right or not. But let me begin, first of all, by just talking about today and what we did and what we didn't do. And I'll start with the obvious. Today's discussions were very heavily oriented towards Adorno and Benjamin. And there's quite a bit more that can and should be said about the subjects of Jewishness and anti-Semitism and critical theory. And it's striking to me, first of all, who we didn't talk about and what that may or may not reveal. Leo Leventhal, who of course Marty knew very well. Other people sitting in the room knew Leo well. Eric Fromm, even Max Horkheimer got less attention from us than Adorno and Benjamin. Some mentioned, yes, but less, and that's worth thinking about why that's the case. But in terms of the specific paper that we just heard from you, a wonderful, wonderful paper. I'm going to just focus for a moment on Jakob Taubes, because Taubes was a polarizing character, but he was very Jewish indeed. So we heard a number of talks earlier in the day that in effect were about, how Jewish is Adorno or how Jewish is the angel. Say what you will about Taubes. Taubes was very Jewish. So for those of you who don't know who this person is that we're talking about or know very little, first of all, he was raised in a extremely observant rabbinic family in Switzerland. His father was one of the most important rabbis in Switzerland, and he himself got much of his education at the Jewish Theological Seminary. He came to New York in order to study text, and then after the war, he became one of the very tiny number at that time of professors of Jewish studies in a German university. Interestingly, he used that position, at least in part, to foster his relations with the Frankfurt School. He used to invite Herbert Marcuse quite regularly to come talk under his auspices, among other people. But the point that I would make here, and that I'd be genuinely interested, it's not a rhetorical question, the point I want to make here is that, it strikes me that perhaps what we're hearing in response to Adorno's understanding about redemption in the final aphorism of Minima Moralia is a deeply informed Jewish view, in effect, that Taubes, coming from a very different background with a very different, strongly traditional Jewish education, is providing a counterpart to Adorno, perhaps, and I throw it out only tentatively, perhaps from a far more Jewish perspective than one could possibly anticipate that Adorno would have, and that may explain some of what we heard. I'd be interested in your response. I'd also be interested in hearing from all of you. Shall we take the questions first, or you want to respond?
Well, let me just quickly say, Taubes clearly had a more serious and, as you say, in-depth background. And of course, he was a kind of failed student of Scholem. Scholem, ultimately, both he and Adorno and a lot of other people thought of Taubes as a dubious character. Taubes was Jewish only, I would say, ultimately in the Sabbatean sense of believing in redemption through sin and having an apocalyptic attitude and even Gnostic attitude towards this world. There's a phrase from the lectures on Paul where he says, "I have no spiritual investment in this world." Now that is an awful, awful idea, that this world, the one we live in, the imperfect world, that is the only world we will ever know, I have no spiritual investment in it. It can go under. This is an awful nihilistic attitude. And, if Agatha Bielek-Robson is right, Benjamin had a little bit of this as well, an entropic notion that the world is losing energy. We should get rid of it, move on somehow. Now, I'm not sure that's absolutely true. Benjamin also had Marxist moments. But I think Adorno, and this is to his credit, did not believe in redemption through sin, was not a Gnostic, did not deny, if not a spiritual, but let's say a human investment in this world, as awful as this world is. So I think that is the difference between them. So yes, Taubes a Jew, but of a very certain kind, a Frankist kind. And I think Adorno, although Asaf, I think, may have argued that Scholem thought Adorno was like Frank, I think that's not true. I think that's actually a bad comparison.
A very short time for questions. Susan first.
Very short question. So it was a terrific paper, as it always is. But given the way the philosophy has to work in order not to become, left-wing melancholia, which Adorno had a tendency toward, without this redemptive motif or redemption motif, he ends up in negation. I mean, in a certain sense, it's a placeholder for a space in the logic which has to be there. And I wonder if you have an idea for a better way for him to have articulated that.
Well, this is why I said it was desperate, that he had to fall back on something, having lost faith in all the others. So redemption is a placeholder for something else. But, you want...
You did say innocence of childhood or something. Would
Say-
that, you did say his childhood happiness.
Yes, I mean, there are various, let's say, traces or anticipations
But
or
Could
memories.
there have been a philosophical?
Yeah, but
alternative?
is it sufficient? In other words, if you've had not as good a childhood, if you don't remember it as nostalgic, if redemption is a religious term that means nothing to you, terms like justice, like freedom, like equality, like emancipation. I mean, there are lots of other terms, communicative interact, lots of other terms that allow you to say, philosophically, I can defend it. I mean, I think redemption, you bring that into the conversation, you can't defend it philosophically. It's a theologically charged term that has an aura of great meaning, but I don't know what it means. I mean, the repairing of the vessel, I mean, is this something that a philosopher could seriously, knowing the scientific origin of the universe and what that might mean? Is he talking about filling up black holes? I mean, what does it really mean? So I think that's the ultimate, let's say, distressing non-takeaway from relying on redemption. It doesn't give us enough to work with. It gestures, but doesn't really give us, as thinkers, philosophers, critics, whatever, enough to work.
Jonathan.
As you were reading the last aphorism, the first few sentences seemed to me, with my biases and obsessions, to be more or less a paraphrase of Benjamin's statement about redemption in the Theses, that precisely that only for a redeemed humanity has the past become citable in all of its moments. Now that is a grandiose image, but it never seemed to me to lack content and precision as a criterion. And do you think Adorno is not reading it as he writes about redemption? Because you didn't mention it.
Well, there's no question that Adorno borrows in many, many respects Benjamin's arguments. I mean, I was able to find several places where he literally paraphrases or even plagiarizes. The idea of redemption is connected to Benjamin's use of Origen's notion of apokatastasis, which involves a kind of restoration of all the souls, even the sinners at the end of the world, and even the raising up somehow of material reality into glory, a kind of fantasy of everything, no matter what, you could judge them for having been morally deficient, everything is saved at the end. Now, this is in some ways a cockeyed idea, and in fact, it was defined by the church as a heresy. Origen did not, win. Some people are sinners; they're going to go to hell. They're not going to be saved. Now, what this also implies, as Horkheimer and Marcuse argue, the very end of Eros Civilization, Marcuse makes this point, is that the suffering of past generations will not be, in fact, redeemed. You can't bring back the dead. They can't. In other words, people who unjustly suffered, alas, are gone. There's no apokatastasis which will make it whole, make it good. That there's some way in which maybe the future can be made better, but the terrible things that have happened in the past, alas, cannot be redeemed. And so that notion of apokatastasis is weirdly overly optimistic. It's the idea that, for example, at the end of Faust, where Goethe, despite the fact that he sinned, is saved by Faust is saved by Goethe, who is a pantheist who can't be. Well, you never know with Benjamin. I mean, Benjamin also, You know, this is one of the big problems with Benjamin interpretation. I mean, I mean, you know, the presence of serious Benjamin interpreters here, this weird evocation of theology. I mean, he wasn't himself a practicing Jew. You know, he didn't. You know, so it's theological. It's sort of getting from die Lehre, you know, the teachings, but it doesn't have an existential meaning. It's a very weird, and that's why I call it theological fellow traveling, a weird use of these ideas. I mean, Benjamin was enormously eclectic. He grabs from this, grabs from that, moves to the left, moves to the right, brings it all together experimentally. Sometimes it's brilliant. Sometimes you think, what is he saying? And, you know, Adorno knows that. Adorno tells Benjamin, you know, it's magic what you're doing. This is not really philosophical. It's kind of slightly dubious. And Benjamin backs up. And then, you know, it's a complicated dialectic between brilliance and, you know, the opposite.
Because our guests have a 7:30 dinner reservation, Joel Whitebrook's going to get the last comment for today.
Well, as my comments this morning made clear, and we discussed this, I share your skepticism about redemption. But then the problem becomes, as Susan sort of alluded to, once you give it up, then you face the problem of what Lowell called the realism of the disillusioned adult, joyless reformism, the pure eminence of instrumental reason, or what have you. So the question is, once you give it up, where do you go from there, which is what you were thinking about. And for me, a figure of thought that is in Kant and reappears in Freud, I think provides a way to begin thinking about it, although it doesn't give us a full solution. What I have in mind is this. You know, Kant says reason has to postulate tasks for itself that it can't possibly fulfill. And it has to postulate them, and it has to strive after them. And you could say health consists in the right tension between what exists and what you've postulated, but to achieve them, you end up with dialectical problems. Similarly, in Freud, he says after the breakup of primary narcissism, we take that perfection and project it into the future, and it becomes the ego ideal. In health, consists in pursuing the ego ideal, keeping the proper tension between the ego and the ego ideal, but to actually capture it would be psychosis. So this structure of tension, Yovel has argued that this is really the structure of finitude that we have to keep in mind. Seems to me the way to begin to, or provides a way to begin thinking about it. Velmar, on the other hand, argued that ideals that we don't want to fulfill or capture don't make any sense.
Well, I can't, you know, obviously come up with an answer to that. You're right that, you know, you don't want to fall back into the kind of Nietzschean amor fati, which redemption means saying, yes, it's good. You know, I mean, that has a terrible implication. On the other hand, and the Velmar argument, I think, is one that I would share, that if you go too far, you're always going to be defeated, disappointed. You're always going to, you know, grumble that it's not good enough. And that leads, you know, the perfect is the enemy of the good, or whatever the phrase is. So I think one has to avoid that. I mean, I'm still, I would say, a Habermasian reformist. That I think the world stinks in so many respects that we might be able to move it a little bit better. You know, I want really to have Donald Trump defeated in November. That will, you know, Dianu, at least for this. In other words, you see what I'm saying? That I'll be happy with that. I don't want redemption. I just want that to happen before I die. Well, all right. So, you know, there'll still be something to be unhappy with, but all I'm saying is this small victories.
Thank you so much to all of you. Marty, thank you for a wonderful keynote. Those of you who are coming to dinner, you know who you are. Gabriel, raise your hand. Yeah. Please gather around Gabriel, who is going to escort you the 2 blocks to where the restaurant is. How about if we meet downstairs in the lobby by 7:30? Okay.